$14.99. $15 and it's 300 cards.
No way.
300 cards. I did not know that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna put more Pokemon cards than Dory's. I didn't know that it was $300. I thought it was like 45, 25, something like that.
Oh, really? You get so many.
What the fuck?
God damn it. Fucking up really bad. My string. I'm trying to get your yellow string on the into a ball so that I can start working with it. This month is going by so fast. What do you mean? Yeah, it's only the 14th or something. Yes, 100%. I'm gonna work a lot this week, so.
What do you think we should do?
bowling.
Yeah. We could do something like, I don't know, like, trying to think of what name of it. Maybe a music event park or something. Oh, there's not even really close.
Daddy can look up the Enchanted Forest.
I know that next, on the last Sunday of the month, there's a car show, a free car show in Springfield. Free. There's a contest you can enter into. I do? Yeah, there's a raffle for kids. Giving away a Harley Davidson motorcycle. For kids? Oh, for adults. So, kids can enter the raffle that they do. I don't know what the kids' prizes are, they didn't say, but isn't that cool? Okay, so I screenshot it this morning. Well, here, I'll show it to you first, just to make sure. No, I said it's Sunday. The last Sunday of the month. Oh, it's right there. The Harley Davidson giveaway, right? There's the cake raffle. Why music? Belly out. Listen to this. Classics, customs, this is the categories. Customs, forgery, I think. I think that's what it says. What's for Oh, contemporary. Contemporary cars, trucks, and EVs.
Wow. When is that? Next week?
Last week. August 31st, Opening birthday. I love cars. So, the registration begins with free breakfast. So you get breakfast and lunch. That's kind of cool. But you have to be there at 8:30 to get breakfast. Early giveaway. That's free. I don't know. Something we can do, not spend any money. Do I do that?
Is that today?
Sunday of the month. August 31st, Opening birthday.
Okay.
Wait, long you still have to text Melina and tell them we aren't able to go bowling. We're probably going to play with Doreen today anyway.
Okay.
Well, I want to do something. Five. I had all the pads set, but I gave them away. No, they were my mom's. They fit my mom. I gave them to Red because it was his birthday and I didn't have any birthday presents and I never used them.
Yep. Mommy can get him new ones though. But those were ones I had gotten for myself, and then I gave them to Elliot.
Could you get black hand pads, black and red hand pads, because that's it was no match that I want pads and hand pads.
Sure.
And also it will color match the blades.
Sure.
It's like it's you see the
sorry I'm broke and sad. I love you. Thank you for being so understanding and so awesome about just everything, all the time. You're such a good boy. You're such a good person. Not just a boy, but you're just such a good person. What?
He went on the App Store and searched black and red handpads.
Black and red hand pads?
I couldn't go to the App Store.
Okay, baby, I love you.
I love you too.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Okay, have a good day. Keep me posted on what you do.
Okay.
Peace and triple.
What?
Bye. Oh, fuck.
I'll get it. I love you, Mom.
I love you too. Ooh, my watch is dying. Fuck, that was supposed to be muted the whole time. Awesome. Great, love that. I forgot to mute it when I came back from opening up the app. Man, this thing is really just bound and fucking determined to be an asshole today. Don't have enough money to take my kid fucking bowling today. Pissed off about that. Totally out of money. I haven't been out of money in fucking weeks. But now I'm out of money, so can't take Elliot bowling, which is what he's been looking forward to literally all week. He's taken it so good. I'm so proud of him. But, you know, obviously there was a death. It's not like I just don't feel like it. Spontaneously crying randomly, and so, but, so, I guess it kind of like worked out, but I still hate that, like, my kid can't go bowling. So I told Josh, I was like, I have like $12 in my bank account, so I can send you whatever money I've got if that'll get you over there to take him bowling, so he can go bowling with his friend. You know, he's been looking forward to going bowling with his best friend all week. So I'd be willing to send my last couple bucks to Josh so that he could take Elliot, but he said not to worry about it. He's got it. And maybe they're not gonna go bowling, maybe they're gonna go somewhere else. Bro, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why the fuck would you ever do that? That's dumb. Why would you ever have the end piece and the fucking... Why would you do that? Why would you have the two pieces coming from the same end? That's so dumb. Warm. You will not throw up. Hi, Violet. Trying to retrain the way I hold my tension. crocheting just does not have the same joy that it once had. Well, I guess just this morning and yesterday. I'm not feeling very good, but my life can't end, you know, so I just have to start getting myself back into my routine. But I'm giving myself as much time as I want to lay in bed and cry about it. I'm not putting any pressure on myself to do anything that I don't want to. I am going to go to work tomorrow because I want to, and it's a good distraction, and I need money, so I'll go back to work tomorrow. What are you doing, Sookie? That's so much better. Look at the color. You see how adding the little flecks of the light color in there just kind of mute out this color, just make it a little bit more corn, less, I don't like this color yellow. Dude, I think I can make a really nice corn on the cob though with this colorway. What? What is wrong? She's literally right there. Hi. She's trying to tell you she's literally right here. Hi, Mommy. I love you. Hi, Mommy. What's that? Are you trying to cause trouble? Excuse you. She's attacking you. Good girl. She did it. Bro. Hey. Okay, here, come on. Ah, you're gonna get fucking the flypaper. God damn it, money. Fucking Christ. Here you go. Come on. Right here. No, right here. Come on. You need water. Okay. They're out of water, apparently. Okay, come on, let's get you some water. Let's go get you some water. I'm gonna have to put you guys in my pocket. Ow. I'm going. Don't bite me. Oh man, that's really empty. What did you guys do to my fucking house last night? Come on, Shoe, please get on my foot. This is really annoying. Balancing the jug of water. Hello, excuse me. Oops, sorry, Orly. P.U., what's that fucking smell? The fuck is that smell? It smells like someone had drank a bunch of wine and had diarrhea. That's what it smells like. Diarrhea. Wine diarrhea. Gross. Orly, did you get into something? my face? Cool. Oh! Dude, what is that stinky stink? Ugh. What the fuck is that smell? Literally smells like someone had fucking drank a bunch of wine and then had diarrhea. Gross, dude. The only other time I've ever smelled that, except for wine diarrhea, is when I took these like berry supplements. I gotta teach my chickens how to eat fucking tomatoes. Hold on a second. About that I wanted to do. Oh yeah, chickens, tomatoes. Chicken! Chicken! Come here, chick. I got some sun-dried tomatoes happening. Look at all these fucking tomatoes. Where did all the tomatoes go? They eat them? I have some huge tomatoes growing too. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, dude, there's so many tomatoes in here. Holy ow, sharp. Holy shit. Dude, there's so many tomatoes. I wish the chickens would come over here and eat them. Whoa! That is the sweetest tomato I've ever eaten in my entire life. Where's my salt? Salt's by the bed. Ooh, I love grilled cheese and tomato sandwiches. Those are my favorite. I like to do turkey on them because then it's like the super bird. Do you remember the super bird from Denny's? My dad used to eat potatoes like this. That's like everything my body is craving right now. I'm gonna melt the salt a little bit. Turn it into a salty brine. Knew that was gonna happen. I'm washing my sheets today, so I guess it's not that big of a deal, but it is. Salt recommended by health professionals and chefs. Big boy, Bob's big boy. Just got on my bed in one spot, that's fine.
Welcome to Unreligiously. My name is Lauren, and today I want to talk about something that's been popping up a ton on my feed online. It's something that's been coming up more and more often, and it's something that sounds strange but is very real.
AI psychosis. Y'all need to be caring about AI psychosis. I personally know somebody that is currently going through AI psychosis. They do not have a history of this shit. They do not have a history. They had no idea that it was going to be like this, and it's being like minimized. You know how that started? Using AI to help them with some sort of homework, to help them study with something. But that shit mimics you. And when you've been using it for months, all of a sudden it's validating everything that you're saying.
How do people not use the fucking chat GPT and realize immediately that it's gassing you up? Like I noticed that right away. When I very first started using ChatGPT, I was like, this stuff it's a computer. Why is it complimenting me so much? Why is it giving me like, oh, wow, great idea. Oh, that's so amazing. Why is it doing that? I don't like that. Violet, I do totally believe that your grandmother is on to something to some degree. But you got to realize that she's watched the world change, and she has experienced a lot of things that she could never relay to you, personal experiences, miracles, things like that, that you literally, you have to see it to believe it. You have to be there. You have to have the experience in order to understand. So your grandmother's history of life, what she knows to be true, and what she has seen for herself, this is what she's coming up with based on like what she knows to be true, what she's seen happen, what she's seeing happen. I totally believe that this is something way bigger than we're giving it any credit for. This is spiritual. If you think about it, right, we know what Israel is doing. We can see it very clearly, what's going on and what has been going on for quite some time behind our backs. So you have to think about it. At some point, when you become like the wealthiest and you have the most power and you are not held accountable, at some point, what is the motivation? When you have it all, what's the motivation? And it literally boils down to your soul. This is spiritual warfare. And you are being tempted from every single fucking angle to deceive love, to deceive God, to deceive, the connection, the energy, whatever. Like it's to deceive yourself into doing things that you know you wouldn't do, are wrong, or that isn't in accordance with like the way things are supposed to be. The more man tries to control nature, the more they overcompensate. Like, oh, you do this, you try to get this result that nature has done perfectly, and then you mess something up really bad. So in order to fix that, you have to fix this, and this. But then you fix this, and this, and it causes a problem over here. And so you're like, man is not God, no matter how much they try to, control things or whatever. And I mean, honestly, like, I think that they are 100% out for bamboozling us for some spiritual reason. Whether that spiritual reason is they are all lizard aliens who feed off of energy, or they are fallen angels that are on the devil's side and are trying to get as many people as possible to turn. Think about this. Do you guys remember Little Nicky? In Little Nicky, like it even says, like they are intentionally trying to convince as many people as possible to do bad things because of the bandwagon effect, and that's like what's going on. That's what's happening. And now we've gotten to a point now where we have, 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds that are sexed up using lip plumper and, that are in Roblox talking to 45-year-old men. So, they can't be told nothing. It's fucking bizarre. Thanks, MZ. Yeah, and I mean, like, every single thing that they've ever told us was a conspiracy theory has been proven to be, if not completely and totally true, there's a whisper of truth, a nugget of truth that it's come from, you know, like it's not just like come from nowhere, crazy pants theory. And that's why they did what they did. When JFK was shot, they intentionally started to propagandize that phrase. They coined the phrase conspiracy theorist after Kennedy's shooting. So that way they could discredit anyone who had anything other than the mainstream narrative. And that's how it comes to find out, we were right all along. You know, we've been right about the moon landing. We were right about the fucking JFK. And you know what's crazy about all of it is this top, by the way, it's from Free People. It was $5, I think. It was on sale on their website. It was the last one they had in small. But I had to use AI to find this top because this girl that I like her music, she was wearing this shirt in one of her YouTube shorts, and it was a burnt orange color, which I really wanted. This was the only one they had, so I snatched it up. But it took me like 45 minutes to figure out where the top came from. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when I found it, I bought it immediately because I wanted it so much. I love the cut of the arms and the neck. But yeah, this whole, you know, government stuff, like, dude, it is crazy how we are literally letting them do exactly what those books have been warning us about, you know, what is it called? Fucking 1984 and A Brave New World. Like, all of these books, these people were warning us about what was to come, and you know, we're just like 100% allowing it to take place. And now we've given them so much power at this point, it's basically a done deal. There's nothing that we can do. If you think for 1 second that you have rights, the power of voting and the rights of an American Constitution, you're wrong. They have done so much to our Constitution, so many amendments, so many alterations. I mean, like, for Christ's sake, did you guys know that like 2 weeks ago, they had deleted sections of the Constitution, completely deleted. They said it was a programming error, but I don't know, entering in text is like one of the easiest things to do on a website. It's animations usually that things go wrong. So, or Flash or whatever. So it's just weird how it took them 3 weeks to fix the problem, and they only did it because they were caught red-handed, and it was called out publicly, and it got traction and went mainstream. And that is the only reason that they fixed it. Oh, thank you for making us aware of this. We fixed it. They're just going to do whatever they want, and they don't care. They are right now, they're doing all kinds of things to take away our rights behind closed doors that we will not know about until it's too late, because maybe someone's not going to catch it. You know what I mean? I got to say that's why they're working so hard to get rid of 4chan and all of those places on the web where you can post anonymously. That's why they want to get rid of these websites. They want to get rid of the anonymity on the internet because they want to know, they want to be able to find out and put a stop to it immediately. People who are the type of people who would look for those kinds of things. And I'm sorry, but the type of people to go noticing that the fucking Constitution is wrong is someone who is chronically online, 1, 2, 3, 4, and is obsessed with that kind of shit. You know, and those are your 4chan people. Stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it's really fucked up too, the way that they went about this. Like, all last year and the year before, all they did was talk about how, oh my God, these crazy liberals, look what they're doing. You know, they're trying to trans the kids, and, you know, they do these no king fucking protests. and they're like, oh my God, look at these crazy liberals with their no kings. I mean, this is the United States. Obviously, the president can't act like a king. This is ridiculous. We have a constitution. Da, 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 da. That doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So the reason now that people are like, oh my God, these crazy liberals and their no kings protest. Now, when people who are like me, who aren't full of dog shit, don't intentionally or don't buy into the garbage and make it so that I'm a victim, you know, like regular people that are like out here just doing their thing. I lost my train of thought, shit. When people like us who are truth, you know, honor, integrity, they start saying things like, oh, no kings protest, then the other people, like the boomers especially, that's what they're banking on, is the boomers believing everything that they say. But it makes people who are sane, competent, truth-telling, and not exaggerators and extremists of any one way or the other. When people like me start saying like, hey, Trump's acting like a king, it makes us look like, oh, well, are you crazy? Like, oh, you know, it does. That was the reason why they made the divide so wide over the last few years between Democrat and Republicans. What we need to realize truthfully is that left or right, it's not a left or right issue. This is an issue on good versus evil, and the closer to the middle that all of us can get, and by going, if you, at the very least, you could tiptoe closer to the middle if you simply look at your fellow human with grace. Like, oh, well, they have those thoughts and beliefs, you know, I wonder where that came from, or I will allow, you know, love your people in spite of their beliefs, because literally every single one of us has been under a constant assault of propaganda and marketing, and so we've all been bamboozled to a certain degree, and so we need to give each other grace. Like, yeah, okay, so we've all been bamboozled, so that person isn't necessarily an evil person because they support so-and-so. They have been bamboozled, just like you and me, but in a different way. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's sad the way that they so easily make us hate one another. And I don't understand it. It's like the Israeli gaslighting tactics have now gone completely mainstream, and everyone is thinking that this is normal way to behave, to be manipulative and try to get that money any way you can, and it's bizarre. 1, 2. 1, 2. So this morning, were you guys on my live stream yesterday or the day before yesterday on TikTok, when I banned somebody blocked someone from my live stream, and I was like, oh, I know this girl in real life. She keeps showing up in my live stream like every day for the last like week, and she's on the Reddit, like she just talks shit on the Reddit or whatever. We used to be friends, but the reason that we are not friends any longer is because she ended up going on a vacation, like a little trip. I can't remember. She went to where she's from, so maybe it was like Massachusetts or Connecticut or something like that. I don't know. It was someone from the Northeast. and she came back on her trip, and when she came back from her trip, I did a tarot reading on her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did a tarot reading on her, and I just got this really weird feeling. And so I was like, okay, the cards basically informed me, for lack of a better term, that she had done something very serious behind her husband's back while she was on that trip, specifically with a Capricorn. And I asked her, I was like, oh my God, dude, did you cheat on your husband? Yes, she did cheat on her husband, and she did drugs, hard drugs, while she was there with some butch lesbian who was a Capricorn. And she was like, oh my God, how did you know? I was like, dude, I don't know how, So anyway, when that happened, I started to get a better perspective. Her husband is literally, I'm telling you guys, her husband, he's a chunky dude, like he's a big man, but he is literally the best husband on the fucking planet, okay? He loves her, he loves that kid. He's a tattoo artist, he's a good tattoo artist, and he makes good money, and he provides a wonderful life for them. And she's disabled, so she has to sit on the couch all day, and she's literally one of those people who blames fibromyalgia for the reason why she cannot do anything. She can't lift up a finger, she can't clean her house, she can't fucking take her kid places, she can't do shit because she has fibromyalgia so bad. But it's just really interesting because if it's something that she's interested in, she'll do it. So that's crazy. But anyway, so I called her out for that, and then I started to see her for a little bit better, you know, like I started to observe the way she was acting, and I realized how mean she was to her son. And I was like, dude, I don't want to be hanging around someone who's meaner to their kid than I am to my kid. Like, I yell, you know, but I have never called my kid a name, ever. I've never told him he was a piece of shit. I've never told him that he sucked at something, or that he was useless or no good or annoying, and just all these things. Like, I wouldn't say those things to my kid. But like she did, she would call her kid names, she would spank her kid, and that shit just made me very uncomfortable. And so one day I just stopped hanging out with her. There was no big fight. There was no chaotic situation. It was just one day I just stopped reaching out to her, and she just stopped reaching out to me. And I okay, great, moving on with my life. And then about almost a year ago, in September, one of my mods was getting screenshots for me from the Reddit, and she was like, there's this tattoo artist who says she knows you in real life, and she's saying that you're a sex addict, and like you're disgusting, and a bunch of other, I don't remember exactly. And so fast forward to this week, I'm in my live stream on TikTok, and I see her fucking name popping up every single time I'm live. So obviously she's got some bell set, you know what I mean? She's watching my live stream and just being a creep. And so I couldn't block her, because anytime she would come into the chat, it would be like, invite so-and-so to a live stream. And so if I touched that at all, it would automatically send an invite. So I cannot click on her name. I can't go to her profile photo from that little thing. So I had to wait until another notification that she was in the chat popped up that just shows like so-and-so, you know, has entered the chat. And when I got one of those, I immediately blocked her. And then I told the live stream, hey, I just blocked this chick who's been coming into my lives. Anyway, so I blocked her, and she still saw what I said because she's in my Reddit snark group. She's a shit-talking hater. She's a miserable fucking cunt. But anyway, so the reason I never told her husband any of the things that she did behind his back was because I didn't want to hurt that man like that. It's not my fucking place to go doing that kind of shit. I didn't want her to have no drama with her. I knew she was a psychopath, like these Reddit fucking snarkers. So I knew for an absolute fact that if I told her husband, that she would make it her personal job to make my life a living hell. And so I was just like, it isn't worth it. If, you know, like he chose her as his wife, you know, that's their private business. It's none of my business. I'm out of it. I'm just staying out, and I won't hang out. I'm not going to be his friend because I can't be friends with someone that I know was being cheated on. So I completely, my tattoo on my back, he never finished it because I just dipped out, disappeared, because I didn't want to have to tell that man the truth. So, you know, fast forward to this yesterday, she messages me and she goes, "Stop spreading lies. I ain't the one." And so I was like, she's gonna message me out of the blue and tell me to stop spreading lies when she knows that I'm not lying? Okay, well, guess what? Since you confronted me, I blocked you. I wasn't gonna talk about you anymore. You were gone. The only reason I even think about you is because you pop up. You don't have to say their name and give them that attention. Yeah, I'm not gonna say her name at all. But just in general, like, the only reason that she even comes into my mind at all is because I see her name at the bottom of my screen, and I wanted to stop that from happening. I don't want to think about her, and I don't want to give her open access to me, you know what I mean? So I blocked her from my TikTok live stream, and I didn't think anything of it. I mentioned briefly why I blocked that person, and then I went on with my life until I saw this message from her. So she sends me this message. I'm going to read it to you so that I'm quoting verbatim. So she says, "Stop spreading lies about me. I ain't the one." And I was like, good thing I don't lie, stalker. I was like, probably not the best to send threats generally to people. And I was like, I never think about you. I literally never think about you, ever. But then you show up in my live stream every single day. It's just weird to do that. If I wanted to spread lies, or I cared enough about you to do you harm, or if I cared about you enough to do you harm, I could have and would have years ago. Unlike you, I don't go around talking shit and spreading lies about people who used to be my friends. I just cut contact and pretend like you never existed. But since you came here with a confrontation after I called out your weird behavior snooping on my live stream, now I might have to talk about literally everything I know. And I said, seems like someone's worried the truth might come out. Don't worry, I won't tell your husband what you did behind his back. I have zero intentions of hurting him. I have zero intentions of hurting him like that because he's a good person. Which is why I never told him any of the stuff I got from you when I did that tarot reading. Have a nice life. Please stop snooping on mine. Bye. So, anyway, I just thought I would tell you guys all about the whole story since I was told basically to shut up. So now I've gotten that out of my system. I'm moving on. Be right back. Airdrop works without service, exclamation point. Sherry's boyfriend, common law husband, Sherry's husband, my friend who died yesterday, her husband found an old iPhone of hers that he got for her when they first got together, and it has more photos. When he gets a chance, he's going to airdrop them to his phone so he can send photos to everybody. Bro, I cannot believe that my Sherry is dead.
People, not fringe internet oddities, but real people who believe that AI is speaking directly to them as a divine voice. These voices tell them that they've been chosen to carry a sacred message, to participate in a cosmic unfolding, or something along those lines. Some may.
But what if this is going mainstream about AI delusion because they don't want us thinking like this? Even if the chat is full of doo-doo and is just like gassing people up and blowing smoke up their asses, the things that the chat GPT says is kind of true. I mean, we are all beings of light that are like important. We all have a purpose. And the way that things work, it's like when something needs to come into the like an invention, when something that would make life better for everybody needs to come out in the world, God whispers the idea to multiple people. And whoever's the person who gets the idea and takes action, that's the person who gets the idea, you know, that's the person who took action, who was inspired and took inspired action. And, you know, that's how things get moving forward and progress, right? So, I mean, the stuff that ChatGPT is saying to some degree, I would say is true. It's just being framed as complete and total delusion. So that way, people who would otherwise not have those types of thoughts or feelings about humanity put those things to bed before they even go anywhere. Or to just make people who are taught, like even just regular people, like if someone starts talking to you about how this is spiritual warfare, the likelihood that someone is going to accuse you of being you know, what is the word I'm looking for, influenced or whatever by your chat GPT, and they want people, just like the conspiracy theory thing when after Kennedy was shot. It's like, oh, you must be suffering from chat GPT delusion. And then you immediately don't listen to anything the people have to say. And that takes away all the power from the words that they're saying, you know? And I think that's definitely got some reason, or that has a factor in the reason why this story is going mainstream like it is. Because I'm going to tell you right now, shit does not go mainstream unless they want it to, unless it's accidental and it goes mainstream because it goes viral because of us. But if it's like this, she's showing article after article after article after article of this amplifications of delusions by AI chatbots may be worsening breaks with reality. And you know, I wasn't there, you know, I don't know everything. I'm not an all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful being. And in my opinion, that makes everything and nothing possible at the same time. Because I mean, I wasn't there. How do I know? I don't. I'm just gonna, you know, keep my options open for any of these to be possible. So I don't have any defined, crisp thoughts and feelings about it. It's all very amalgamous, and it's, you know, that's not the right word. It's all very, like, it's fluid. It's adapting, it's changing as time goes on. The more information I get, maybe my opinion changes, or my opinion is solidified a little bit more. But what I've been seeing over the course of the last little while has definitely made me more spiritual. And I'm closer today to believing like Jesus was the literal Son of God than I've ever been in my entire life. I still don't. What's wrong? Where are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. Are you okay, baby? Oh, it's fucking broken. Oh God, it's broken. Oh my God. Is she okay? Is she okay? Is she okay? Oh. Oh, baby. Oh, my baby. Oh, my baby. Oh, baby. Oh, my baby. Oh, my God. 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 God. You're home now. It's okay. I'm gonna get you a treat. It's okay. Here you go, Mama. You're eating. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. It's fucked up. Your leg is fucked. Oh, God. Here, what do I got for you? god. Oh my god. Good girl. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. Oh, my baby, thank God you're made out of rubber. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God. What the fuck, dude? Money? Oh my God. Are you okay, my love? Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, dude. Holy fucking shit. What the hell is going on in my life right now? Dude, someone's put a spell on me. Someone's put a fucking spell on me. There's some kind of fucking... So I hear meowing, right? Freak out. The kitten, her leg was... So this fucking tree, I'll show you. Oh my God, I'm so glad I was able to get my shoes on my feet because that would have been really bad trying to jump through, climb the tree. I had to climb the tree. I think she might be okay. There might be some like ligament or muscle issues, but their bones are fine and not dislocated. I made sure of that. So anyway, the kitten was hanging from right there, way up there. And like what happened is her foot was like this, and then all of this little stuff was wrapped around her foot like 15 times. It was like this thick of stuff wrapped around her foot. And this isn't where it was. This might be where it was. But anyway, so I had to climb up here. No, she was right there. She was tangled in all the little stuff. It was wrapped around her and she was hanging from her leg. Like she was just hanging from her leg and screaming and crying. She's eating, she's walking, she's sitting with it a little bit, whatever. She's definitely not, she's favoring it, but she's eating, so that's good. And as long as it doesn't look like anything is broken. I felt her very, very, very good. And the way she's moving her legs, the way she's haunched up, it's that leg on the right. But you see, she's like sitting normally. out of water. Fuck! Dude, what is going on? What is happening in, like, it's like everything that around me is being affected. You know what I mean? Like, I'm super happy. Life is really good in general, you know? So, you know, don't color me surprised that everything is falling apart, because this is what happens. My life will be so good, my own hand. I will build my life up. I will work so hard to get my shit together and whatever. And then some weird shit completely out of my control will happen and will affect me. And that throws me off. I'm not letting it happen this time. It's not happening. Don't go outside, Mama. Come here, baby. It's definitely hurt. It's definitely hurt. The leg is definitely hurt. Come here, baby. Come here, Mama. Baby. Baby. Thank God she's made out of rubber. The kitten, I was just sitting here crocheting, and all of a sudden the cat started like screaming in pain. So I couldn't see, and I saw my money girl freaking out. But anyways, the kitten had her, I don't know how this happened, but the skinny, like where the leaves come off from the willow, you know, willow is like really bendy, like cord or whatever. So the skinniest part of the willow tree where the leaves are had wrapped around her leg multiple times, and it kept her leg in one place on the tree branch, and she tried to get down, and she was then hanging from her leg, and she couldn't right herself in any way, shape, or form. She was stuck, and her leg was bending the wrong way. I'm really worried that she's definitely hurt. Like, it's fucked up, but I don't think it's broken. And so I'm just gonna try to keep an eye on it. I don't have the money to take her. I have no money, so I cannot take her to a vet because they won't even take her. And I don't have the money for treatment, and I do not have anyone that I could borrow the money from that I would want to put myself. I have one person I could borrow the money from, but the problem is that puts me in a position where, like, I will be owing, and I am out of money right now. So when I go to work, I need to make money. I can't use up all of my stuff. If she looks like she's not doing well, I will take her to the vet regardless. I'll figure it out. But she seems like she's all right now. She's just hurt, you know? The thing is like, I went through a lot of bullshit with my money girl, the mom. I went through a lot of bullshit with her when she was a small kitten, because they're fucking adventurous and curious, and they have no fear, you know? They have to kind of have things happen to them to give them that fear. And I just really hope to God that's all she needs to, like, keep her from doing dangerous shit. What if that happened and I wasn't here? What if that would have happened and I wasn't here? She's licking herself. Yeah, I'm doing my best at that, Papa, but it's been a really intense few days. The house burnt down. My best friend died. There's something else that's going on I'm not talking about publicly at all. It's not my place to talk about. And like, it's just a lot going on right now. It's a bit much. Hi! She climbed up on the bed. She's jumping. She's hurt, but she's okay. Oh, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. I got you. She's home now. She's okay. She's okay. Mommy came to get you. Yes, I did. Mommy came to get you. Yes, I did. I love you. She's my girl. Yeah, it does hurt. I know. I know, baby. I know. She's able to move all of her toes. So, Suki was trapped in the willow tree. I just was sitting here crocheting and I heard screaming and I was like, what the fuck? So I ran outside as fast as I could to try to find out what was going on. And the cat's foot was literally, it was like someone had tied the skinnier stuff around her leg multiple times, and her leg was stuck to the tree branch like this. And she was hanging down here and her leg was up like this, her back leg, and she was hanging with her leg like this. And I was able to get her down without like breaking it further. I was able to like pick her up and take the weight off and like loosen the like cording from around her. Yeah, Winter, the house that I've been working at all year, the house remodeling job, it literally burnt down. The house burnt down. I'm still waiting on to find out exactly what happened. But it wasn't like anything. The fire marshal, like I haven't been there yet to see the damage and stuff. I've kind of just been like dealing with my own shit. But so I haven't talked to my boss much. So I honestly don't know what they determined the fire to be caused by. It was in the backyard. So the fire started somewhere in the backyard or something like that. The source of the fire was not inside the house. So I don't know. Could be a homeless encampment, or it could be someone snooping around and smoking a cigarette and drop their cigarette butt. I don't know. So the house burnt down that I've been working at all year. I've been busting my butt to make beautiful. Gone. She's gone. And my best friend obviously died yesterday, or she died the day before yesterday. I found out yesterday morning. Yeah. Adam has like family emergency stuff going on too right now, like big serious family emergency stuff. And so it's been really fucking stressful, dude. It's been really fucking stressful. Yeah, it's been a real whirlwind. Sure that it's not broken. I just want to feel it. You're such a good girl. What a good girl. There's no brakes. Yeah, no, his dad is okay right now. But it is very serious. It's very serious. But yeah, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's not my place. It's not my business. It's not my place. It's not. So, but just know that everything that's happening to me, aside from my friend dying, is affecting Adam as well. Because, you know, he was working at that job before I even was. And, you know, it affects him. He's heartbroken about it too. Everybody knew Barbara, you know? Everybody knew Barbara, and Barbara was literally an angel. So it's just everybody in town is really heartbroken. We're all really heartbroken about it. So. It's just really fucking crazy this past week. I don't understand. And it's crazy too, because this time of the year last year is exactly when Crystal started to fuck with me again, like really hardcore. It was exactly 1 year ago in July. The end of July is when I was staying at Josh's house for my power box situation. And on August 1st of 2024 was the day that I woke up and my viewer count went from like 150 to 600, give or take, any day it was different, to 30 people. There were 30 people in my chat, and then that went down to like, usually there's only like 5 or 6 in here at a time, maybe 10. She's playing. That's good. She's being playful. But anyway, so on August 1st was the day that happened. I woke up all of a sudden and my entire algorithm had just gone boo into the dirt. And it was around that exact same time that Crystal had just started up again, fucking with me. and she was like all keyed up and ready to go. So it's just weird. And the thing about going to the hot springs, honestly, our bathtub is better than the hot springs, really and truly. You don't have to sit in anyone else's juices. You can put the temperature to the exact temperature you want. Like, I like mine at 104 to 106, depending on how hot it is outside that day. But I don't like it any higher than 106. That's just, I can't put my face or my head in the water if it's that hot. So 104 is my limit for getting my head wet. But yeah, in the bathtub, because it's not connected to plumbing, it just drains into a pipe that goes into the culvert or whatever. It just goes to water the yard. We have the tub rigged up so that, you know, on the, like, where your fixtures are, there's always the vent for the tub that water goes in, so you can never make your tub go any more full than that little vent or whatever. Well, our tub, it's not, if it overflows, it's not going to hurt anything. So we've put a fixture piece in there and with a gasket and sealed it off so that we can fill the tub up literally until it's overflowing. And yeah, it's honestly better than the hot springs, to be quite honest, because it's private. I clean the tub out every time I use it because I'm afraid of like other people that may use it I might not necessarily want my pussy print right in the same place their pussy print was, if you know what I mean. So I am anxious, and I clean the tub out so it's all bleached and fresh every time I get in it, which the hot springs, it's not the case. I also have a box of Dr. Teal's lavender melatonin bath salts, and yeah, it's good stuff. She's sleeping. Not having any hair on my lip feels very weird.
You might have heard before. People like Kendra and her psychiatrist Irfan that she's fallen in love with, or Stephen Hilton, who used to be married to Laura Cleary.
These outdoor showers are great.
People who are caught.
I mean, Adam is in and out. You know, he's here. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. He's coming and going. He was here the other day, and he should be back today. But like, I don't know. Nikki, do you have an iPhone? Nikki, can you text my phone really quickly? I want to see if it comes through to my tablet. I don't have any of my contacts saved on my tablet. Oh, damn. Okay. There we go. I texted you, by the way, Nikki. So, the house that I'm remodeling, that boss, I'm probably not going to be working for him anymore. And that's okay because of other things. So, like, I don't know if I told you this guy, like, a while back, like, when he was helping me get my bus and stuff like that, like, he and Adam helped me get my bus here. And, after that, you know, after I got my bus, I don't know, he makes me uncomfortable sometimes. And I know that he doesn't want to fuck up the fact that he has somebody to do that job and get that job done. Obviously, this is irrelevant now because the house burnt down, but he didn't want to lose my work, the work that, you know, I could deliver. But I could tell that he was essentially trying to be my friend because he wanted, I don't know, he's married, but he would like talk about how unhappy he is in his marriage, and I would always counsel him, you know, try to give her grace. You know, ending a relationship in today's world is a bad idea because it's a shit show out here trying to date, you know, like, it's not a good, you know, I recommend you do whatever you can to try to fix your relationship, you know, whatever. But I can tell, like, there was one point, I think it was like when we were getting my bus, or I was helping him to do a dump run or something. We were alone in his truck, and I was getting out to like leave or whatever, and we were having a conversation. I literally cannot remember. I only remember really how it made me feel. But so I don't remember the conversation before. I don't remember the conversation after. I remember the moment only. And we were having, I know that the conversation was about, you know, like all the reasons why I'm not dating and all the reasons why I feel that it is in my best interest personally to do my thing, you know, on my own, and that intermingling my life with someone else is not something that I'm interested in doing, and I just don't have the time or energy to give or whatever, you know, like it was something along those lines, that type of conversation. And then I was just like, you know, I don't know. He was like, I said something like, you know, oh, and to preface, historically, I've always said that if I ever end up in a relationship with anyone, it will be someone that I have an established friendship with. Like, if I meet someone that I may think, oh, there's potential for this to go somewhere, I'm going to not focus on the relationship aspect so much as the friendship aspect. Like, I'm just going to, like, I just want to have a friendship first. I want to be friends with the person who I'm intimate with before I'm intimate with them. You know what I mean? So, he knows that and whatever. And so I said something, and he was like, friends first. And I think I had said something like, you know, I value your friendship, or I can't remember exactly. And he was like, he made a comment. He like brought up the fact, I don't know how to explain, like, he brought it up in a way and was like, you know, in that way that made it very clear to me that he was basically, without saying it, that, you know, see, we're friends, like, we're, you know, developing a friendship before a relationship. And I really truly think that in his deepest mind, he feels as if there is some potential of us to be together if I am his friend. And no, like, I think he's a good person and he has a good heart, but that's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. And I don't want to cause an issue at work, you know, I don't want to have to be so in my boundary that I am rude or standoffish or whatever. Like, I just want to just be myself and have a good day and do my job as well as I can, you know? I don't want all this like layers of the onion of it all, you know, and I'm like assuming I meant this. I don't do that passive aggressive stuff either. And like recently, he's been upset at me because ever since he left work to have his surgery, like out of sight, out of mind for me. I tell this to everyone who's in my life in any capacity, that I am a very focused on what is in my face. I take care of what's right here first and foremost, because guess what? It's right here. And so I tend to literally completely forget to call people, to check in, to do, I'm not that, I just don't think of things. I can't help that. I don't, it's not that I don't care or that I'm whatever, but there's also this boundary. You're my boss, you know? You're not my friend, you're my boss, and we are friendly, but you're my boss. There is an authority there. It's not just like we're friends hanging out. I'm going to work to do a job, and that's when we are socializing. I never have socialized with him outside of work, aside from when he helped me get my bus, and that was with Adam. You know what I mean? Like, we've never just hung out. Oh, that's not true. He came to help me get this stuff, the metal cut, and he helped me, he showed me and cut the wood for me so that I could build my bed frame. But his wife made a huge stink about that, so he's not allowed to help me do anything anymore, and that's totally fine. I understand. But because his wife is toxic, and because he is also a little toxic, he assumes that anyone, if he feels a certain way, he assumes that their motive is the same as like his wife's. You know what I mean? And so I've been noticing lately that he is being pissy with me when I don't deserve it, when I've done nothing, because maybe I didn't text him as much as he wanted me to, or like, you know, I'm not reaching out and asking him how he's doing, or like, you know, I'm not trying to build a deeper friendship. You know what I mean? Like, it was honestly starting to get uncomfortable. The last 3 times, every time that I work, I say like a little prayer, like I hope that he's not going to be there. And it's not because I don't like him as a person. It's because he makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable because I know that the reason he's being pissy to me is 100% because I'm not showing up the way he thought it was going to go. He thought that we were on this track of developing a friendship and whatever. And he was very much trying to insert himself into my life in a way that made it so I depended on him. And like, I'm not that kind of person. I was struggling to regain my footing and to regain my independence because I literally handed it over to somebody, and I'm never going to do that again. I've made that promise to I will never put myself in a position where I'm totally dependent on someone else for like my most phone, car, place to live, like that kind of shit. I'm just not going to do it because people will turn on you. And Adam is the first person who dealt with the onslaught from the Redditors and like whatever, who in spite of all that, he doesn't listen to it. He doesn't, he might play with them a little bit and like feed into it a little bit and chat and da-da-da. But at the end of the day, he knows me because he's seen for himself who I truly am, and he's judging me based on that. And Adam has never once made me uncomfortable like we're supposed to be together or like we're supposed to sleep together. He's never made me uncomfortable in that way, literally ever. But my boss kind of has, And so it was getting to be uncomfortable when he was physically there. And And so I really was cherishing like days that it was like either just me or just me and the other dude. The other dude has never been that way to me. He's never been, you know, he treats me like I'm a kid. Thankfully, I'd rather that, you know, he treat me like I'm one of his granddaughters, you know, than to look at me like something to have, you know, like that just makes me. And you know, even if guys don't say the words, like honestly, maybe we might not know, like no, but we know every time that guys are like that have that hope in their, you know, like, oh well, if I just be her friend long enough, eventually she'll see how amazing I am and she'll want to be with me, you know. And I understand the thought behind it, but it's not, that's it's not going to happen with an I hate saying this, but like an elderly man, you know. He's old man, and like even though he's only like I don't know, maybe 20 years older than me, that's a big difference when you're up there in age, you know. And there are a number of things that I have expressed that, and like this has nothing to do with his appearance or anything like that. He's a nice person, and I mean, like, he's not the type of, physically he's not the type of man that I've ever gone for before, but I can see attractiveness in him. He's not my type, but he is not an ugly man. But like, it's so hard to formulate these. I've never said these words out loud really before. I've only had these thoughts. But he drinks and he smokes cigarettes, and like he's had surgery a lot, and so he's on painkillers. And you know, I respect his way of living. I would never in my life ever think about changing someone else's existence. You know what I mean? But yeah, I definitely like working with him when it comes to like physically working alongside of each other, doing stuff. He's great to work with because he's got a lot of knowledge, and he has spent his time to teach me things. But like, I don't feel like it was completely without expectation. And now he's never done anything that I would ever say like, oh, I will never speak to that. Like, he's never crossed the line in like in a super direct like way like that. It's always just been kind of like, you know, little hints and things there, here and there. But that just makes me uncomfortable. I choose not to be around people like that, you know? And when I was in a position where I was essentially having no choice, you know, because I need to work and I love my job and I love working for him in that capacity. I didn't want anything to, you know, I was scared that at some point there was going to come a time where I literally had to choose my job or like my boundaries, you know. And so I'm just grateful that it never came to that. And I'm not going to be probably working under him anymore. I don't know though, you know, like I really don't know. I don't know if he's going to be doing this type of work anymore. He's kind of has to retire because of all the surgeries. He's got another surgery coming up. We were trying to finish the house before his last surgery. So, yeah. I have a few. The winter is going to be really hard for me. I'm going to struggle really hard in the winter. It's going to be bad. But I should have at least like one job. We'll see. Oh no, the weed whacking job I am going to be doing. Yeah, no, that's the job that I'm going to be keeping forever and ever and ever. I'm going to work for that man for 30 years. So that's the guy who actually owns the house that burnt down. The guy who owns the house that burnt down, we were remodeling it for him. But I did such a good job at the remodel job that he hired me at his house to where he lives to do like all kinds of stuff around his yard and stuff like that. So what I'm going to try to do is see if I can start cleaning the house. Actually, I should probably text him about that. I want to start cleaning the house so that way I can already be cleaning the house up before winter, and I'll just stay cleaning the house all winter. But his wife has already told me that she wants me to clean the house. It's just a matter of I literally didn't have a day of the week to spare. So now that my schedule has a 3-day gap in it, I'm gonna try to fill that. I've already booked 2 more. I've already filled 2 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I only have to fill 1 day for the week. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I haven't. I've kind of been out of the loop, so they may have discussed it, but I haven't talked to anybody really yet, so, and I haven't gone there myself. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and like the way that men are, unfortunately, like as a woman in the type of work the line of work that I'm in, it's not uncommon, you know, to kind of have to deal with men making offhanded comments or whatever. Those, as long, like, in general, I would not work at a place, or I wouldn't work for someone who made me feel like that, or if there were coworkers around that made comments like that, I would, you know, I wouldn't work there for long. So I've been actually really lucky in the sense that I have not encountered like catcalling or, you know, stuff like that. I mean, like, I don't even know if that really even happens anymore these days. But the thing is that passive, not aggressive, but there's like the subterfuge, it's actually a little bit more insidious, you know, to befriend someone and, you know, try and play your card one day randomly. It's a little bit more insidious to like go play the long game like that, you know? if I was a young man, he'd be like the perfect boss. There would be zero complaints. But if I was a man, I would be like doing, if I was a man, I'd probably be doing like carpentry or like masonry. I think I'd be doing stonework if I was a man. That's the kind of career path I'd be most interested in. I mean, I'm interested in it now, but I'm just not that strong. And that job takes serious strength. I really like this color. The light color and the dark color together. It's much more, the difference is like, the contrast or whatever is, it's more apparent in person than it is like on the internet. Yep. But you know, and the sad thing is that those men that are like that, they're like that because they've been bamboozled by the society and the propaganda. It's the same reason that women hate men, the whole feminism thing. It's the same, but the opposite side of the coin of the feminism shit. Feminism and the like subsidiaries of that have ruined ruined society.
You know, here's another post from Tommy Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
So do you know what this is? Do you know what this is, Kurt?
Yeah, that's from Podesta's brother's art collection, I believe, right? That came out during Pizzagate.
So
That's right.
John Podesta, his brother Tony Podesta,
Yeah.
this was in his art collection.
Yeah.
Artwork by Kim Noble. John Podesta's brother Tony owns some of the...
Yes, I finished the baby blanket. I'll show you. That's a painting hanging in Tony Podesta's art collection, and it was drawn by Kim Noble, who is, I think, a Schmedo. So I ended up doing the picot edges on the outside of it. This was not in the pattern, but this is how I did it. And it's a 7-pointed star. So the baby is all wrapped up in holy love.
Noble's artwork, and that's artwork. And so what does that look like to you? It looks horrible. It looks horrible.
I mean, it don't look good, does it? As I said, I'm annoyed about it. It's weird that Tommy Robinson would work with Israel after knowing that Epstein and all this stuff is connected. Whatever.
That is gross. Yeah, I've heard about the artwork of Tony Podesta. I have heard about it.
Jenna's going to do a bad art podcast about it because she did Epstein's house art before anybody. Yeah, and I think you had that reporter on from local news. I can't remember what state it was, and he went over what all the Pizzagate thing was about, and then lost his job. But he did a very reasonable thing. Yeah, so that guy, that's why I first saw this. And I look back into Pizzagate, everybody, if you thought that was just completely made up. I maybe pull your head out of your ass and look back into it.
So they never explained what they meant. So if this comes from John Podesta's emails, where they would refer to say, maybe you should take that kid and have a pizza with them, right? So they kept using these code words, and pizza was one of them.
The mom ordered 60 grand worth of hot dogs and pizza, which just so happened to be FBI code for what child traffickers call kids when they do what this art depicts to them.
Yeah. So it's really wild that they were so.
I can't sell you this blanket because this blanket is already for somebody, but I can make you one. But I have a couple of orders that I'm kind of behind on right now that I need to make. So don't send me any money yet. 2, 3, 4. I wish YouTube had a ways for us to chat, you know? Privately, so I could send you my number. No, right now I'm making Elliot's pillow. Elliot wants a smiley face pillow, and it's like I struggle to make things that I'm not interested in making, you know, that aren't like fun to me, and so it's been really difficult for me to make any of the things that Elliot, like, he's never really requested anything, honestly. Some things that are just like not possible for me to make, but like hard structured things. But he asked for a smiley face pillow, and I told him that I would make him one, and I don't want to disappoint him, so I'm gonna try to finish it. 1, 2, 3.
You're not allowed to ask questions about, you know, there's something there. 9/11, Building 7. You weren't allowed to ask questions about Seth Rich. Now the FBI won't release his laptop for 65 years. You weren't allowed to ask questions about the COVID virus or the vaccine. You weren't allowed to ask questions about the lockdown, all that stuff. And so whenever you're not allowed to ask questions about something, you know there's something there. And you weren't allowed to ask questions about Pizzagate. If you were, you're crazy. Just like if you ask questions about 9/11, you're a truther. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
So if you ask questions about Pizzagate and what the heck those code words meant in John Podesta's emails, they had to shame when it comes that hard. Remember, all I did was I covered a press conference by an investigator from the D.C. Police Department who was hired by the family of Seth Rich to investigate it. He did a press conference. I covered it. They put me in a hit piece in the Washington Post, calling me a conspiracy theorist, along with white supremacists and Nazis and pedophiles, to try to demonize YouTube, and they put me in that.
Dirtbag left, I believe.
They called me the head of the dirtbag left because I asked reasonable questions any reporter would ask about an unsolved murder in Washington, D.C. It's an unsolved murder, and you're not allowed to ask questions about it. And so that's when I knew. And so same thing here. You weren't ever allowed to ask questions about 9/11, Seth Rich, COVID, and Pizzagate. You're not. So there's definitely something there.
Remember when Andrew Breitbart died? Now, I was never a fan of him back in the day. I remember he had that heart attack at 40 or whatever it was. And that was right after he was on Twitter joking about how John Podesta is a child trafficker. And he can't believe that people are like John Podesta when he's a well-known child trafficker in D.C. This was on Twitter. But back then, it wasn't a big... See, when these things were being posted, like this disgusting art on Instagram, that launched the Pizzagate thing, because these psychopaths were posting this right and left. But nobody was looking at the time. So Andrew Breitbart made tweets about it. Then he goes on Greg Gutfeld's show, Red Eye. And him and Greg, get this, I listened to a recording of it, they're making jokes about playing ping pong and Comet Pizza because of what a creep Podesta is. And I thought it was fake, so I messaged Greg and I go, you guys really had that conversation back then? And he goes, yeah, scary, right? Yeah, it was. Thanks for saying something. Thanks for bringing it up a lot, like I would have if that happened to me.
So, Delete Your Handler says they don't collect art, they collect trauma in frames. This isn't expression, it's confession, wrapped in abstraction so the public won't scream. The painting isn't disturbing because it's symbolic. It's disturbing because it's not symbolic. The elites don't hide what they are.
They just did a full Holocaust of Palestinians in front of your dumb faces. You think they can't hide this?
They display it proudly, publicly, pretending it's
Oh my
edgy while the
goodness!
victims never make it out of the basement. Tony,
Yes,
Podesta
I will totally
hanged
make you a
this in
baby
secret.
blanket.
He hung
Yes.
it in his foyer. Because the real spell isn't the painting, it's that no one tears it down. So, I don't know if you saw these paintings.
Yeah, I've seen them all.
I mean, it's just, I barely can even look at them, but Tony Podesta's hanging those types of paintings in his foyer at his house. John Podesta's brother.
Jenna just did an episode on these brothers in England and their art, and it is upsetting when you see what was in. You see what was in all of their. It's been around for a while. They've just been openly doing this. Go back and watch 80s movies. Every single thing in an 80s comedy you would call rape now.
Yeah, hey, but
Is it weird to anybody?
remember whatever happened to that story? Remember the tunnels under the synagogues in New York, and they found mattresses with what appears to be blood stains. Remember that?
I don't know who has thrown out a mattress in their life that wasn't covered in all kinds of stains, but I know them kind of Jews are gonna use it as wall insulation and go a little cheap on that.
But what was the? Do you know what the end of that story was, James? I don't either.
I have no idea.
Everybody, hey, there's all these tunnels.
But you can't. It's another thing you can't talk about it. If you do a story,
You're not allowed to
Anti-Semitic.
talk
Russell
about
did
it.
a bunch of stories about it. Dobler when he was filling in. Ask Russell, he'll tell you. I think that you'll probably find them. They're Ninja Turtles. That's what we found.
Oh, wait, remember when he made this joke?
In this room are some of the most important TV and film executives in the world. People from every background, but they all have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. Shut up. I don't care. No one cares about movies anymore. No one goes to the cinema. No one really watches network TV. Everyone's watching Netflix. This show should just be me coming out going, well done, Netflix, you win everything. Good night. But no, we got to drag it out for 3 hours. You could binge watch the entire first season of Afterlife instead of watching this show. That's a show about a man who wants to kill himself because his wife dies of cancer, and it's still more fun than this. Okay? Spoiler alert, season 2 is on the way, so in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up. I know he's your friend, but I don't care. You had to make your own way here in your own plane, didn't you? So, if you do win an award tonight, don't use it as a platform to make a political speech, right? You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg. So, if you win, right, come up, accept your little award, thank your agent and your God, and off, okay?
Tom Cruise can't because he's a hardcore dark Bale worshiper, so that's why he's like, I'm supposed to say that, I'm America's uncle. I'm supposed to worship the dark god Bale on stage? I can't, I'm Tom Hanks.
So, if you'd like to hear me make those Epstein jokes, you can hear me in Rutherford, New Jersey, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Louisville, Kentucky, and Fort Wayne, Indiana. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
All these worthless actors are now talking about Epstein because it might hurt Trump. All of them. Oh my God.
Before it was a groan line. Now it's like, yay.
Beach Ken Kyle can't get enough of it all of a sudden.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, they're all... Oh, now you guys think there's something to this Epstein thing. That's interesting. And the reason they're all cocky about it is because they know Trump won't rat them out. Because he can't. Because if the truth came out about how extensive what they've been doing is, and that includes the Diddy case, and the Franklin scandal, and Nickelodeon scandal, and the Ditsy scandal, and Marc Dutroux in Europe, and that's the home of the EU and Belgium, the West, the precious West that we have to protect from Islam and aliens or whatever, that will collapse. That fat family that goes to, Big Lots and eat Strombolis with the Rizzler, they will put their fried dough down and tear Tom Hanks apart with their bare hands if they find out the truth. So Trump can't do it.
That is not a joke. It's straight fact.
Okay.
Hunter Biden's going, no, Epps didn't kill himself. What are you talking about? You see Hunter Biden?
Yes.
He's not buying it.
Yeah. John Podesta's friend who debunked Pizzagate was arrested for. Look what he was arrested for.
1, 2,
He's not the
3.
only one. There's another guy too. Two of the foremost ones. Him and there's another dude who looks even more of a toy box, hidden in the toy box guy. Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. It's
John
real weird.
Podesta's friend who debunked Pizzagate arrested for diddling toddlers.
The journalist who debunked
They all
Pizzagate
know
was
it's not
arrested
bullshit.
for
Okay,
molesting
I know that for a fact because
toddlers.
of my friends that I've known for many years that are reporters, and I'm not going to tell you a story on air, but way back when I didn't care about this, somebody I know calls me up and tells me something crazy, and I go, what? Yeah, no, if you do a little digging, you'll find out, but it's dangerous too.
But do you see this? So that's John Podesta and his brother Tony, and then some kids got kidnapped, and they gave a sketch of who they thought they were.
Yeah, Skippy and his brother.
People say it looks like them. I don't know.
You don't know? I mean, it's unbelievable. I've never seen a police sketch even be that good in my life before that.
It's a pretty good sketch.
There you go, Spaceman Clinton. Corruption runs too deep within every Western. That's right. Look at this. This is crazy. This girl taped to a table. They were openly posting this for years on Instagram.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, nobody looked at it at the time. They just dismissed it because it's too awful. That can't be real.
That can't.
And that's how you hide secrets. With shame and degradation that no one wants to talk about. And that's a perfect way to not... You can disguise anything using it. That's why they do this.
Come see us on tour in Rutherford, New Jersey, New York, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Chicago, Louisville, Kentucky.
It's all the super wealthy too, like really it is, because like even my mom, my family is the Hyatts, like the hotels or whatever. That's my mom and my grandma. But anyway, so my mom told me my whole life growing up that her grandfather molested her and would essentially pass her around to his friends. And my great grandfather was a multi-millionaire and part of the northeastern, like between Philadelphia, New York, and DC. He was a part of that whole community. So, I mean, I believe it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It didn't click for me until like the last year or so that like that's what my mom was telling me and that's what was actually going on. And she's a nut job.
Voice is changing, so is my face.
You might see me tonight and then not recognize me in a few. At what point did being a teenager become about sharing tea shots and not passing blunts? I mean, what's more likely? That all of Cynthia Nixon's kids and their friends are trans? As the mother of a proud trans man, I am here today as the aunt of a proud trans man. My best friend's kid is trans. And my kid's best friend is trans. Or
It's a
that
little
this is
bit
Munchausen by proxy
interesting.
or narcissistic personality disorder that's being praised in left-wing circles. I'll let this video speak for itself. Welcome to another psychological
It's
deep
funny
dive.
because the
If
other
you
day we
are
were
new-
talking about that show and all that and how terrible it is and what happened to Miranda, the character. She was like the strong, you know, New York attorney, and now she's like a trans mom. That's like who she is in her character. But it's because the actresses have producer credit, and obviously Cynthia Nixon is very immersed in the trans world, so she literally, the character of Miranda became the actress, who the actress actually is.
Here, make sure to subscribe because I post videos every. James Charles has found himself at the center of some beauty guru and Love Island drama. Plus, we're talking about the Love Island reunion, Taylor Swift's new album Tea, Logan Paul's wedding backlash, Superman drama, David Dobrik drama. There is just
Why
so
do people
much
like
that we
Taylor
have to-
Swift? Isn't there like this whole thing about like billionaires are the absolute worst, and like everybody doesn't like the billionaires? How come those are all Taylor Swift fans? She's a billionaire with a B. And like, it's weird how every time she releases any albums, she does like multiple versions of the album so she could get even more money out of you. Like, she's not a good person. You know, Dolly Parton has never reached billionaire status, even in spite of all of the licensing and all kinds of the royalties and whatever that she's earned throughout her life. But that's because Dolly Parton, like, gives away a lot of her money to, you know, she has that whole, do you know that if you have a child, you can write a letter to the Dolly Parton thing and they'll send you a free book in the mail every month for your kiddo? Hey Heather, how's it going? I mean, sorry, Mama. I'm okay. I mean, I'm not like crying all day anymore, so progress, not perfection. I still don't feel like getting out of bed. Doing anything yet, though. So, I haven't left my bed all day. The reality of it, I don't even know if it's really hit me yet, you know? I'm just trying to give myself as much time as I need to mourn so that I don't, you know, I don't end up hurting myself further down the line. It's my best friend. Do you remember Sherry? Who lived at the top of my property? She was my tenant for a while when I was in Wolf Creek. Sherry died. She's the only woman I've ever met in my entire life who was like me, like me. I've met women that are tough like me, but they're liars and manipulators and just terrible people. 1, 2, 3, 4. But she was so good. And she was like always the kind of person that she would ask for your advice because she genuinely wanted it. And she was that kind of person who could accept information that was maybe hard to hear but necessary, and then she would like implement that into her life and in turn make her life better and be happier. You know, like she was just a really very special person who was very rare, and the world is a darker place for this. And then today, I'm sitting here on my live stream. If you rewind like an hour ago, I'm sitting here crocheting, and all of a sudden I start hearing one of the cats screaming at the top of their lungs. So I run outside, and the kitten was, her back leg was to a branch. It was like stuck to a branch, and then a bunch of the little branches, because it's willow tree, so it's like almost like cord, had wrapped around her foot like 10 times, and she was hanging from her foot. Like, she's hurt. She's definitely really hurt. It's not broken, and she ate food. She jumped up on the bed, and she's moving in spite of it. So I think she's gonna be fine. But she definitely fucked herself up, and it was very scary. And and then 3 days ago, Barbara's, the house that I've been working on for a year, the remodel job, almost a year, like 9 months. That house just burnt to the ground. It's some fire in the backyard. It may have been some like homeless person or something, I don't know. But a fire, the house burnt down, and then there's like some other shit going on that I'm not talking about on the internet, but like just shit with like, my poor Adam, and just like all kinds of shit is going on right now. And it's just really weird. Yeah, it's been a rough. The worst of it is by far is my best friend dying. Losing her, that has been, yeah, I don't know. I can't believe that she's gone. It's just really weird. It seems like all of the people that I love the most or whatever, obviously my son is super protected. God, he has a bubble of protection over him. Thank God. But it's just weird how things are, I don't know how to explain it. It's just weird. Very weird what's been going on. Very weird. Aw, thanks, Heather. Guys, you should also subscribe to Wes. Wes makes really, really, really good content. Like, if you want to learn how to do the things that I do, but even better, because he's a man who knows what he's doing, he's the one to follow. But the thing is that why would I have bad karma? Because I've done absolutely nothing to, you know, the opposite. In fact, I'm out here spreading good karma, you know? So it's not that, it's not karma. It's nothing that I've done to bring this on to me. And it's not even like happening to me directly. It's happening, you know, like I didn't die, my best friend did, and that hurts me. But at the end of the day, that she was the one that was most affected. You know, the house burning down, I am affected by it, but it's not my house, you know, like whatever. It's none of the it's not my loss personally. And then, you know, other shit. It's just, yeah. But I'm giving myself all the time that I need or that I want in order to mourn my best friend. And, you know, I've given myself all day yesterday to lay in bed and literally cry all fucking day long, as you guys could see on my live stream. All I did yesterday was lay around and cry. And, you know, for the most part. But today I'm laying around, but I'm doing something productive. And, I'm not just spontaneously starting to sob, you know, like that's progress. Tomorrow I am gonna go to work, and it's one of my cleaning jobs, my house cleaning jobs. So it's not very, like the house, I've gotten the house so under control at this point that honestly, when I go there, it's mostly just keeping it clean, you know, just like making sure that it stays in that pristine, clean place. The lady who I've cleaned her house, she told me that her house has never been that clean before, and that I do such a wonderful job. And that makes me feel so good inside, because I love my job. I love cleaning houses. I love remodeling. I love painting houses. I like freaking sanding, and I love doing all these things. Weed eating. I like being physical. I think that it's really good for your mental health when you are toiling away at something. Did you know in prison, in the 1800s, the early 1800s, the late 1700s, they had a punishment when you were sent to hard labor. They would put you in a cell, and they would put a box. There was a box in the room, and for 8 hours a day, you had to turn this crank, and it was like paddles in sand, so it was really hard to turn, and they would literally make you do that for 8 hours every day. It's to reform you. 1, 2, 3, 4. From a life of crime. Yeah, I will, Wes. I promise. Oh, Heather, thank you so much. Heather's been in my chat on my live streams for a really long time. Probably one of the oldest viewers, like the longest. You're from my original Facebook streams, right? 1, 2. That's what I thought. 2, 3. the thing with Sherry, and it's like really the thing that, and I mean, it's a little bit of selfishness. I do acknowledge that, you know, but I'm allowed to have selfish feelings because I am me, right? So I'm allowed to have some selfish feelings and thoughts, but I'm just sad for me because, like, it took so long to find someone like Sherry, and I've only known 2 people in my entire life like Sherry that's like me in this way, and both of them now are dead. And so I've lost both of the people who I felt truly understood me to my core. They had the same experiences where people didn't take the time to get to know them and they just judged everything on the surface. And I get that a lot. Like, people will just judge what they see without taking into consider my intentions or my what motivates me in the world or whatever. So it's just like, oh, look at, she's evil, probably. Look at her doing evil, bad things. So I have, you know, haters, and I've had people treat me like that my whole fucking life. So it was, and I'm not the kind of person to just give up on finding what I'm seeking. If I want to find something and I know it's out there, I will literally look everywhere until I find it. I'm determined. I'm persistent in that way. And so once I found it, you know, like, I felt so blessed to have found it twice. And then Matthew took his life, and now Sherry's gone, and it's just like, well, does that mean that I'm just supposed to be dead too? If everyone who's like me ends up dead, like, what the hell? Oh, thanks, guys. That's another thing that happens a lot, is that I'll meet people that I wish I could have in my life, but they're far away. And it seems like the area that I'm in is just, the area I'm in right now, actually, specifically, is way better than any of the areas I've been in a long time. This is a fucking awesome community that I'm in right now. Like, I love the people here. I love it. Don't get me wrong, there are definitely some, like, you know, turds in the punch bowl, but it doesn't take away from the awesomeness, because the people who are great outnumber the people who aren't, and they make up for it in spades, you know? Damn, dude. I don't want to make a new best friend like that, you know what I mean? I don't want someone to take Sherry's place. That's Sherry's place. All right. You wait until your kiddo's bigger. That's what I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What if I wasn't here? Like, I'm so glad that I'm here. I was here. That's what I mean. Like, everything happens as it's supposed to. If Sherry hadn't died, I wouldn't be here right now. life with mommy. Yeah, I can make you a hippie skirt. Right here, Mama. cannot believe this week. Are you serious? So now we have laws against desecrating the Israeli flag. It's very much sounding like not America first. You know, I was trying to give Trump the benefit of the doubt, but we got to realize too, it's not Trump. Trump is just a part of the deep state, making us feel as if Trump was the underdog was a part of the plan. Plan went off smoothly, the way it was supposed to.
Well, the situation between Russia and the United States definitely is getting interesting. A little tumultuous, to say the least, as of course now we have a lot of really interesting comments from this Trump administration, specifically after their big meeting with Vladimir Putin, as of course the next guy coming up is Zelensky, as he's trying to bring some unwanted guests to the White House that were just uninvited publicly by Donald Trump here, as we have a kind of contradicting of the message of what's really going on here, what's really being kind of done here from Marco Rubio and Donald Trump. That kind of look like they contradicted themselves here. What in the world's going on here, and why is there such a larger emphasis right now on this peace deal? Well, I think we know why, and it doesn't highlight the best of situations for, of course, Western nations and Ukraine itself, which is in a very tough spot here. Meme makers, though, they're really busy releasing videos like this, highlighting the type of very unorthodox type of situation that we saw here. As I thought it was just weird to see Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump go in the same car together. We saw Putin actually speak English. He never really speaks English. We saw F-22 fighter jets actually escort the president of Russia back to Russia, since of course there's many assassination attempts on him that have been made by the intelligentsia, specifically by Ukraine, and a lot of the type of targeted attacks. This is one of the reasons the meeting didn't happen in Europe. I want to talk about all of this with the perspective of what the corporate media is reporting, what the back channeling is reporting, what's going to be the next step here, all on this independent media broadcast. If you appreciate these type of discussions, subscribe, click the notification button. We greatly appreciate all the time you spend with us, as Marco Rubio was on Face the Nation just a couple minutes ago, and he had this to say about this absolutely wild meeting that just took place between Putin and Trump.
Vladimir Putin is going to be offered land that he has not seized yet, but negotiates his way into. Doesn't this set a dangerous precedent that the United States now accepts this concept that it is okay to seize land by force?
Well, yeah, considering what they're doing in Israel.
Human history dictates that has been, whether you like it or not, war. That's what people in Israel are saying, right? But you don't see the same level of scrutiny here. But listen, that's the reality of the situation. It's not a good one. It's not a nice one. And I thought Rubio's response was pretty interesting here.
Well, Putin's already seized land by force, and that in and of itself is not a positive precedent. This whole war.
Are you demanding withdrawal?
Precedent. Well, again, in order to have a deal here, to reach the end of this conflict, both sides.
Why do they care so much about ending the conflict there, but not in Israel? It's so weird.
This is the red line that Zelensky and the corporate media, and Zelensky reiterated it, by the way, said, not giving up an inch of land. Well, okay, well, that doesn't seem like something that's going to be feasible here, especially with the kind of major military movement that the Russians are making in Ukraine right now, as they're having breakthroughs, all right? Once you start seeing the breakthroughs on the front lines, this is one of the few reasons why Ukraine actually came to the negotiation table and said, yeah, this is just a way to try to mog, this is just a way to try to attack, this is just a way to try to hurt the reputation of Donald Trump here, who, in my opinion, is trying to achieve peace here.
But this is not about
Oh, so you just completely forgot about all the Israel stuff he's doing. It's so weird how people can be like, oh, he's definitely trying to create peace in Russia while simultaneously paying for chaos in Israel. But like, I just don't understand, why is peace so important in Ukraine, but peace is not so important with Israel?
But in order for there to be an end to the war, there are things Russia wants that it cannot get, and there are things Ukraine wants that it's not going to get. Both sides are going to have to give up something in order to get to the table. And
this is how I know that these talks are actually legitimate and actually bring us on the precipice of peace here, because that's the kind of more rational take here that we actually have been saying for a very long time. If you watch this YouTube channel, it's just
they're saying something today that's slightly rational. Let's assume they totally mean it. Because they always mean what they say, even when they sound rational.
Once you're able to do that kind of masterful part of the deal, then we could actually have an end.
It's a good thing it's for Elliot.
We can actually have this conflict that has been ruining Slavic men's lives.
And he'll cherish it.
And it needs to be over, in my opinion. The sooner the better.
Because Mom made it.
And if Ukraine would have listened to Elon Musk, if Ukraine would have signed that peace deal that Boris Johnson told them not to do, that he flew in an emergency flight to Ukraine, to Kiev, after it was agreed to do, and said, no, you're not. You're going to renege on this. If Ukraine would have done either of those two things, they would have been off in a way better position than they are now. The longer this conflict goes on, the more territorial gains the Russians are making.
In order to make this happen, that's just the way it is. And I mean, the sooner we accept that, that's the reality. Now, what those things are is going to be up to both sides. There's no conditions that can be imposed on Ukraine. They're going to have to accept things, but they're going to have to get things too. And so, for example, Ukraine is a sovereign country. They have a right, like every sovereign country does in the world,
except for Palestine,
to enter into security alliances with other countries.
Yep. So that's
except for Palestine.
We'll get into
Palestine's not allowed to do that.
How this kind of peace plan will work out, and the trades and the deals, and now one of the major things that's standing in the way for peace. Well, before describing that,
could it be all the war?
I wanted to remind you to
standing in the way of peace?
It's quick, it's easy, it's simple.
Make sure to sign up for my stuff.
Hopefully soon. Now, let's get back to what's going on here, because I think Rubio's statements here really do highlight how, okay, we're actually getting somewhere here, and I'm surprised because like I was a little black belt, to be quite honest with you. You know, how can we not be black belt with everything that happened, the bombing of other countries, and this type of very weird kind of unorthodox foreign policy where anything and everything could happen on the whim of someone telling, hey, go bomb this country, and then we're bombing this country. I'm like, wow.
Right, so
but
you're just gonna trust what they're saying?
It looks like we are actually getting somewhere here. Vast majority of Ukrainians don't want war. There's an easy way to not have this war, not to finance it. Now, European leaders are being reported, including Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer. They want to make their way to Washington, D.C. to join Zelensky, as Zelensky's going to be coming to the United States here. The symbolic nature of this is also very important, since Trump had to fly to a former Russian territory to meet with Putin. Zelensky's coming to Trump's home. Now, Zelensky's like, okay, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to negotiate tougher. I'm going to bring Emmanuel Macron. I'm going to bring Keir Starmer. I'm going to bring the president of the European Commission with me, the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. I'm going to bring all of them. And Politico reports Europe is sending heavy hitters to Washington alongside President Kiev in order to bolster the negotiation power of the Ukrainians. And then Trump is saying, no, you aren't. You're invited to the meeting. Get out of here. Shoot. Get out of here. This is according to Bill, as we're getting reports that D.C., Washington, D.C. is saying, no, we're going to have Zelensky in there. And EU, NATO chiefs were bumped to the after party as their last face-off ended between Zelensky and Trump in a big kind of blow-up there. Now, Trump is floating a Zelensky, Putin, Trump three-way next week, but that all depends if the conversations with Zelensky go over smoothly. Now, it's going to be interesting to see this type of second face-off. Will there be fireworks? Will Zelensky actually put on a suit which means a lot to Donald Trump, means a lot to the Republicans. Now, we're going to see, because if I'm Donald Trump here, I'm going to want to talk to Zelensky, right? Now, Donald Trump also just came out on Truth Social and said, big progress on Russia. Stay tuned. Another good sign that this conflict soon will be over, as we are now finding out that Putin could agree to allow robust security guarantees a part of a peace deal. This is according to Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, who told CNN, listen, President Trump could allow Ukraine and the United States to be a part of a kind of defensive pact, along with the European Union, potentially even something with some European countries, but predominantly the United States, right? So, the United States comes in and says, I guarantee your protection.
Oh, great. So I guarantee your protection, so then they just go picking wars with other countries. This is how we've seen it time and time again.
If you're attacked, America's attacked after this.
Right.
That is
dangerous.
Allegedly what's being discussed here and what Putin agreed to, which would give Ukraine a lot of security guarantees. And
why would we do that?
In exchange, there's probably a raw minerals deal and territory swap deal. Now, Trump also just posted this on Truth Social. He retruth another member, Lorian, who says Ukraine must be willing to lose some territory to Russia. Otherwise, the longer the war goes on, they will keep losing even more land. I think that's the one constant here. Zelensky now is saying, hey, I can't give up more land. It's impossible. And he's like, our Constitution doesn't allow it. We need more sanctions imposed on Russia. And I don't think that's going to fly here, as the messaging already is getting contradicted. As Dave Smith had some very pointed comments about this particular statement. This is what Zelensky said.
Russia is still unsuccessful in Donetsk region. Putin has been unable to take it for 12 years. And the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen. And if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow.
Again, a lot of people are like, wait, he's calling the shots here? As a lot of people are saying, he might have an invested interest to stay in power, because the longer he stays in power, the longer the war goes on. The longer the war goes on, the longer he stays in power. That's what some people are correlating here. Dave Smith said, there's something particularly disgusting about this little, quote, corrupt fraud making demands of us after he failed to protect his territory, even with the hundreds of billions in welfare that we gifted him. The American people and the Ukrainian people want this war over. I think that's true. We want the war to be over. Now, Zelensky coming out here saying, I can't give up land. It's in the Constitution. Well, that's not how wars work. Okay. Financial Times. Volodymyr Zelensky to press for ceasefire. Again, not a good sign here. Ceasefire is something that the Russians don't want. A lot of people just don't want the ceasefire. A lot of people view the ceasefire as a temporary type of halt before the next bigger conflict kicks off here. Now, the Ukrainians need a ceasefire. If they're able to regroup, refocus, rearm, and not be constantly battling the Russians, they're able to regarner their kind of forces, they'll be able to re-engage in this conflict. So that's what a lot of people believe was going to be kind of happening here. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky pressing for this ceasefire is not a good look here. Him saying, I can't give up territory, not a good look here, especially with the contradictory messages that we have here from Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, Zelensky, that clearly are not on the same page, even though right after Trump's meeting with Putin, he got on a very long, extensive phone call with Zelensky. And he talked to Zelensky, he's like, hey, and then he talked to other European leaders. And then Trump said, hey, as soon as I get out that meeting, I'm getting on a phone call. I'm getting on a phone call with Zelensky as soon as I get out the meeting with Putin. And that's exactly what happened here. And now we're seeing contradictory messages between the two. Not a good sign. Now, listen, the goal here, have this summit with Putin, Zelensky comes, we have another meeting with Zelensky, and then we have a meeting Trump, Zelensky, Putin. And then that's when we sign the deal.
And that's when they all three kill each other in the room.
That, I think, would be awesome. That, I think, would be incredible. And right now, it looks like we might not be getting there. But this is what's being talked about. NATO-like protection in focus for Trump. What they're discussing here is the U.S.-Ukraine alliance, where the United States will offer NATO-like protection to Ukraine. That's exactly
but we're not
what's being
supposed to
offered up
do
here.
that.
And that will allow the Ukrainians to say, okay, if we do agree to a ceasefire, it won't kick off again. The issue is here, it's going to be ripe for false flag operations and people to sabotage this in order to get the United States in.
Exactly.
That's my own problem with this. Now, there's also another contradictory message from Marco Rubio now surrounding all of this, as he was asked on Fox News. Trump supports Putin taking control over the Donbass region. And then Marco Rubio had to correct her, saying, what?
A European diplomat has confirmed to Fox that President Trump supports Putin's proposal for Russia to take full control of Luhansk and Donetsk.
A European diplomat. Who's that? Who's that person leaking, sabotaging these talks?
Okay, well,
we should know.
Close enough.
No, first of all, I don't know who told you that, but they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, the president has said that in terms of territories and stuff, these are things that Zelensky's going to have to decide on. These are things that the Ukrainian side is going to have to agree to. That's all the president is trying to do here is narrow down the open issues, narrow them down, and then see if we can play some role in bringing that closer together so we can stop and end this war once and for all. Look, this war is only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. You've seen that in the escalation and the attacks. Russia's economy is now 100% full-time war footing. They are producing munitions. The Ukrainians are as well. Both sides are hitting each other very, very hard. And the war is only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. So he's trying to do everything he can to bring it to an end. But people that are out there talking what they don't know with all these stupid leaks and things of that nature, they all want to just sound important. They don't know what they're talking about. The president's been very clear. In terms of like what Zelensky's going to agree to, that's up to them to decide. They're going to have to decide what they're willing to give and ultimately what they're going to get, what they're going to demand as well. Both sides are good, but here's what I can tell you for certain. You can't have a peace deal between two warring factions unless both sides agree to give up something and both sides agree that the other side gets something.
He repeats the same lines that he just said beforehand. Now, it's going to be interesting because there's a lot that's going to be a part of this deal that also involve a lot of other countries like Belarus, as Trump also reportedly spoke to the Belarusian leader, Lukashenko, as he's also looking forward to having meetings with him in the future, as there's a lot of Russian forces, specifically the Wagner group in the south of Belarus that might potentially be trying to invade Ukraine. Now, listen, the type of scenario and situation that we're in, we're seeing a lot of like mixed messages here. What's happening behind the scenes probably is a lot different than what we're being told right now. So far, though, we are seeing promising signs here. A lot of these comments, a lot of these contradictions, not a good sign. Mixed bag here. How will all of this unfold here? Well, listen, I think the Ukrainians understand that they're in a very difficult situation. I think the Russians having the breakthroughs that they're having in the east of Ukraine, like they are, is highlighting a situation that's not very good for them. And that situation, as bad as it is for them, will have to be a situation where they'll have to concede. They probably, now, with American production guarantees, will say, okay, that makes sense. All right, we could get protections here, right? We'll get the U.S. Army here, and the U.S. Army will be helping us in exchange for lasting peace. Lasting peace is what we want here. I'm just afraid that there's going to be a false flag sabotage attack as soon as the Americans get there. It's like, oh yeah, we have the perfect Reichstag fire. Oh, we have the perfect USS Liberty. Oh, we have the perfect Gulf of Tonkin incident. Boom, full-on escalatory war with Russia. That's what I'm worried about, specifically when it comes to sending American troops there. I pray for peace. I hope it works out. I don't know how exactly it will work out, but here, domestically, I think it's always important to prepare for the worst and be ready for anything and everything. Sign up to LukeUnfiltered.com. Come out. we'll see. We'll see if this meme is true here. But listen, if Ukraine doesn't play ball, Trump's just going to cut the funding, just like he did last time. Come out to the range day. It's going to be a lot of fun. I love you guys. Stay tuned for more. I'll hear exclusively on youtube.com/wearechange.
I wish I had money. I need water.
I don't know if you heard the story about, we covered it, about when they killed they killed 5 Al Jazeera journalists, one of the most prominent Al Jazeera journalists covering Gaza. When I mean killed them, I mean Israel targeted them and killed them. They were in a tent outside of a hospital, and they killed all of them. And so, but they were definitely targeting the one journalist. No, I should have his name, but I don't. BBC presenter. So this is something Hotspot caught this. BBC presenter, newsreader, on Israel's killing of an entire Al Jazeera news crew in Gaza. And you want to hear what she says?
As has been the issue throughout the war, there's the question of proportionality.
The question of proportionality.
Is it justified to kill 5 journalists when you are only targeting 1?
Is it okay to kill 5 journalists when you're only targeting? Isn't that like saying is it okay to kill 5 babies when you're just targeting 1 baby? You're not supposed to target journalists. But somehow this BBC presenter is like, it's not proportional. If they were just killing the 1, it's okay.
Yeah, it's not our precious Jamal Khashoggi, who is actually an intel guy.
Yeah. So I'll play that for you again.
As has been the issue throughout the war, there's the question of proportionality. Is it justified to kill 5 journalists when you are only targeting 1?
What? That seems crazy. How could that even come out of your mouth?
What was the answer?
The answer should be no. It's not okay.
Oh, I thought they'd do a Piers Morgan. Is it?
Is it? It's not okay to kill 1. But
isn't it?
So if you look up what is the international law regarding targeting journalists in war, international law provides specific protections for journalists during armed conflicts. International humanitarian law, IHL, which includes the Geneva Conventions and customary international law. Here's a concise overview. They have a protected status as civilians. Journalists engaged in professional duties in conflict zones are considered civilians under international humanitarian law, as long as they are not directly participating in hostilities. Okay. The status is affirmed by Article 79 of the Additional Protocol 1 in 1977 to the Geneva Conventions, which explicitly states that journalists are protected as civilians and must not be the object of attack. But they did target him. So they've been targeting journalists through this whole thing. What's happening in Gaza, this is a genocide. That's like saying, oh yeah, the Jews were at war with the Nazis at Auschwitz. They weren't at war.
Yeah, right.
There's a prohibition on targeting journalists. Deliberately targeting journalists is prohibited under the international humanitarian law. As civilians, journalists are protected from direct attacks unless they take a direct part in hostilities. This is support by customary and so they're protected, right? But the BBC helped kill. So this guy says the BBC helped kill Anas al-Sharif. That was his name. Anas al-Sharif. Its reporting will kill more journalists. Let us first note a passively false assumption here that Israel wished only to kill 1 journalist, al-Sharif. All the evidence is that in killing more than 200 Palestinian journalists in Gaza over the past 2 years, and by excluding all Western journalists from the enclave, Israel has been seeking to ensure its genocidal crimes go unreported. It is systematically killing those best placed to serve as witnesses. The all too obvious reason Israel wiped out the entire Al Jazeera press at this moment is that the Israeli army is about to invade Gaza. And invade Gaza City and commit yet more such atrocities. But let us dig a little deeper. If you aren't deeply shocked by the BBC, a so-called public broadcaster, thinking it's suitable to air the comment that we just heard, All the more so after Israel has killed more journalists in Gaza than in all major Western wars over the past 150 years. Consider this. Imagine that Israel finally allows Western journalists into Gaza after blocking their entry for 2 years. A team of five familiar BBC faces covering the region set up shop in Gaza and work out of an improvised studio inside the enclave. Then news breaks that their studio has been an Israeli strike and killed all five of them. And then he lists the 5 names.
Oh, don't make me hard.
Israel doesn't claim the strike was a mistake, but celebrates the killings. It says it has secret evidence that one of them, let's say John Donison, the
purchase to keep up with or outdo their peers. As a result, children often tell others, including strangers, that they will do anything for Roblox. That is not good. That is not good. Sorry, in this case, this is actually, Roblox's avatar store. But the point is that child predators use this to lure people in. Right? Oh, you can't pay with Robux. Okay, I've got this other way you pay. Right? It's like, this is really dark. They've represented repeatedly that they're safe, and they've called themselves an online virtual playground where all kids can play and interact and have fun. They've called themselves a playground. So this is something where, they've admitted what they are, but they're not acting like they should. So they continue to promise parents, we take every precaution available to make kids are protected from inappropriate and offensive individuals, as well as from indecent and tasteful content. Every protection. Meet Roblox's strip club experience, right? Strip club experience. Oh, it gets worse. They say they have a zero tolerance for swearing, obscenity, messages of a sexual or violent nature, or aggressive or threatening communication. And they say that they immediately suspend or expel any offenders. That's a lie. That's a lie. Right? They advertise as family friendly, right? They say it's a safe, moderated place to meet, collaborate, and have creative products, right? They say safety is in our DNA. They say they won't allow language that harasses or discriminates or incites violence. Well, they have some very interesting experiences. I mean, obviously, this one kind of speaks for itself here.
Is Christina still in here?
And here is the Roblox sex simulation experience, which I'm not going to read this, but there's a call me daddy here. Like, okay, and I'm not even going to read this, but you guys can read this, especially this about Hello Kitty here. You guys can read this sort of language here. This person just hung out, was not banned, right? Like, just happening in chat. The vice president of civilian partnerships doubled down on promises in parenting magazines and news and podcasts, all aimed at persuading parents to let their children use Roblox. She contacted international online safety experts in an effort to sell Roblox safety store. The funny thing is, the very same people are on the board of the safety organizations. The safety organizations that they talk about, oh, they're so safe. They're on the board, and also in Roblox. It's what we call industry capture. So right here, they're saying parents, in response to safety concerns, Roblox notes the platform was designed for kids and teens from the beginning, and we're committed to making safety a priority. This continues to be our most important priority, and that will never change. Clearly, that was a lie. Clearly, that was a lie. They talk about incredible moderation. All that stuff, once again, it being a top priority for safety and civility, etc. Removing bad actors immediately. Well, we got another experience here, just hanging out. Public bathroom simulator. Yeah. Rated ages 9 and up for public bathroom simulator with 2.1 million visits. Right? Yeah, how'd your moderation go there?
There's been like straight up SEX on that game.
Let's continue here. So they keep talking about how safe they are. This is all this proof. They went on NPR talking about how safe they are. They made public safety statements saying how safe they are. There's a ton of evidence that Roblox repeatedly said, we're safe, we're safe, we're safe, we're safe, we're safe. But when there's that saying, the lady doth protest too much, when you keep saying it so much, where it's too much, it raises a question, right? It definitely raises a question. The campaign of reassurance masks the truth. Far from creating a safe place for children, Roblox designed, built, and maintains Roblox that lacks safety features to protect children from predators and lacks warning for parents and children. The end result, through its failure to implement adequate safety and failure to provide notice, provides the perfect place for PDFs. And I'm not talking about Adobe here. I'm not talking about Adobe. Okay? Here's another one. I think you guys can just read this. I mean, once again, hanging out in Roblox, family friendly, right? Another contributing factor is the failure to require age-appropriate designations on experiences. Defendant intentionally or knowingly designed Roblox without requiring age-appropriate designations on experiences in order to increase the number of uses per experience for increasing revenue. Instead, the option of all ages can be selected by the experience creator, giving children access to
so random people develop these experiences or
Epstein
games.
Island, which is Escape to Epstein Island. The title that directly references one of the locations where Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors and other non-consenting individuals so he and others could sexually and physically abuse them. This was in the all ages category. All ages category, Escape to Epstein Island. You cannot make this up. You can't make it up. Like, are you serious? And like, once again, this is something that shouldn't, like, as a keyword, when somebody tried to name it that, you should have not allowed that name, right?
So fucking crazy.
But beyond that,
how
that should immediately have gone to somebody. Okay,
everything that keeps exploding is something that I've been screaming about for a long time. And people have called me crazy and all kinds of other names because I refuse whatever it is.
Children are
Man,
exposed to
being the first one on the scene
existing safety features are woefully inadequate. Their chat filtering feature is designed to filter inappropriate
crazy
content
until
and
everybody
personal
does
information
it.
on accounts 12
And then it was a
younger,
great idea.
but is less restrictive by accounts age 13. However, filters easily bypass obscuring text with alphanumeric combinations, e.g. D1, DDY, P13, and S. And I think we all don't need to be that intelligent to understand the lead speak here, as we called it back in the day, the lead speak, right? I think we all know what this is, and I all know what that they're trying to say, right? So the fact that even simple stuff like this, which if they're just not lazy, could filter that out. Nope. Not only does permanent workaround, but also allows players to circumvent filters to request and provide links to external chats and services. While the experience on Roblox is created by developers, the tools used by developers are ones that the defendant designs, controls, and makes available to third parties. However, Roblox's control in which the tools are used has the ability to place limitations and restrictions on them. Instead, however, over the years, Roblox has grossly inefficient safety controls and safeguards. As early as 2010, 15 years ago, they devolved into hosting and promoting explicit content. Their scripting language allows developers to manipulate avatar ability interactions any way they want and to create scenarios where avatars are engaging in simulated sexual activity. This simulated sexual activity pervades Roblox. As Roblox knows, there have been numerous reports of children's avatars being, and I'm not going to say this word, you guys can read it,
RAPED.
by others' avatars. For example, in 2018, a 7-year-old girl's avatar was violently assaulted by two male avatars on a playground in a Roblox experience, which was witnessed by the girl's mother. This is sick, sick, sick stuff.
Oh, why won't you let Elliot use video games where they can chat with people?
I never in my wildest dreams would have ever imagined I would have to talk with my 7-year-old about SA. Guys, what is that? You were wondering whether this is why this is huge. This has the examples here. It has a citation. This is a footnote. Like, this is a real thing that happened. This is not, somebody worrying about some fake thing. And I understand there's a lot of people out there on the internet that worry too much. Kind of like concern trolling or whatever else. Like, they're like overly concerned about stuff that's like a non-issue. I understand that's a thing. I do get it. This is real, right? This is very real. It's not something that's made up or fake or whatever else. Roblox hosts a staggering number of experiences centered on sexual activity, including children can play in condo games, predatory digital environments, including houses where they can remove their clothing, revealing nudity, and engage in disturbing experiences such as the public bathroom simulator. A recent investigative report exposed a number of exploitative experiences that recklessly trivialize and gamify serious criminal conduct, including SA. They report that the Roblox has hosted 600 Diddy games with titles like Survive Diddy, Run from Diddy, and Diddy Party. We've got them all down here. Well, some of them down here. Escape Freaky Diddy, or Freaky Party. Survive Diddy in Area 51, The Road to Diddy's, Diddy Party, Freaky Diddy Simulator, Official Diddy, Midnight at the Diddy Party, Diddy Simulator, Nice Try Diddy, Diddy Party, Freaky Diddy, Survive Diddy, Diddy's World, and Diddy Survival. A lot of Diddy here. A lot of Diddy here. There is more than 900 accounts displaying variations of convicted trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's name, such as Jeff Epstein's supporter. Defendant also hosted on servers games like Escape at Epstein Island and other similar experiences. They're deceptive in a myriad of ways, including lack of age verification, so any kid can get into this. They are fully aware of the gross nature of the experiences that pervade Roblox, and they're unchecked despite their ability to control them. Leaked internal documents. This is a big one. Leaked internal documents reveal that they not only actively monitored it, but made decisions such as how big of a bulge was acceptable. And with the introduction of layered clothing for avatars, whether players could be nude. They made this decision themselves. They knew, according to legal documents, they knew. This is where the executives, people talking about the executives? This is where the executives get called in. This is where, once again, we still need more discovery. But this is the real bad part. The interactive nature of these games amplifies the effect. Unlike passive media, video games require players to actively participate in behaviors, including those that simulate harassment or exploitation, reinforce the perception that some actions are normal or desirable. It not only desensitizes children, but makes them more likely to replicate in the real world and susceptible to grooming techniques. Exactly. This is not limited to online games. The basic search for adult in Roblox revealed 334 members openly trading CP. Openly trading CP. And soliciting acts from minors. You guys can read this. You guys can read this. Here. Public wall chat for a group named Adult Studios, where they openly solicited essay on the platform.
Hello. So I recently learned how to knit, and now it's your problem.
I don't listen to it anymore.
So I saw this reel made by Sad Knits, and there was a particular item. It spoke to me the way that certain cursed items speak to my soul. They bury themselves inside my brain, and I cannot get rid of them until I make the thing. But we're making an entire outfit. Here is my design. I'm actually like tearing up a tiny bit for how excited I am about this. Basically, we have the hood, the balaclava with the point, a jumper, very long gloves, bloomers / shorts of some kind, and our garter stockings with long, pointy, medieval shoe bases. Yes, here's the thing. I started knitting 4 months ago. So far, I have knit some swatches, this beanie, and I'm partway through this scarf. That's it. So, needless to say, I actually don't have the skills to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So we're gonna have to figure it out as we go. There are a lot of things that I don't know how to do. Namely, I don't know how to knit in the round. I don't know what German short rows are. So just know I'm not gonna do these very well, but I'm gonna have a good time doing it. Oh, I can't tell you how excited I am to finally get to start this. This bag of yarn has been staring at me for months. I started collecting the yarn for this a while ago. Would you like to see? Could I have my light back, please? All right, the sun decided to go away at this exact moment. Hang on. Oh, yes. Okay, so we've got like 10 of these grey alpaca blends. This is the lighter grey bunch. These are a dark blue wax wool, oranges and pinks, purples and blue and cream, yellow, browny, maroon and pink. So these gorgeous yarn cakes here that you probably can't see because they're in plastic. These are hand spun and naturally dyed by a local woman. I'm thinking maybe for the gloves, some of these colours could be really good and also in the mask, but we'll kind of just see what colours work and what textures work, because I know that some of these green ones are very scratchy and I don't know if I actually want to use them at all. So you might be wondering how someone with as little knitting experience as me is planning on making this entire outfit in less than a couple of years. And here is my plan. Really thick needles. So I picked all of these up on Facebook Marketplace. They're either pure wool or a blend because I didn't read the listing properly. All right, let's pick out some colours for our leggings. They're gonna look so bad. They're gonna look so ugly with all these colours together. So I'm thinking maybe for our first lot, we will try these colours together. So as you can see, I had just an array of colours, fibres and gauges to work with, and my plan from the get-go was to make up setting colour combinations by holding the yarns together and using 15mm needles to knit up quickly. As an aside, 15mm needles do not make it knit up quicker. They're super awkward to work with, and I think it actually slowed me down quite a bit. It is becoming apparent that this is too loose. My first attempt at a swatch is not going great, and I think this was lacking some blue anyway. So let's bring in a blue thread. What have I done? Why do I have this? Those are some of the aforementioned swatches, but I refused to cut the yarns because I don't want to waste any of it. I wanted to start with the stockings, and my plan was to knit them flat and then seam them together because that is all my brain could handle at this stage. I know I'm using round needles, but I got them because they disperse the weight and also so I can sew. I always say sew, so I can knit larger things like blankets. I just took Al for a walk and I can see where he ate his biscuits. Chris, what do you have to say for yourself? Alright, that's fair. This is your spot. I'm the one who put you here. I've spent the afternoon swatching and I have come to some decisions. So here we have, using 10 different balls of yarn, the 15mm in, I'm going to call this the licorice all sorts. I think the blue throws that off, but it's still the vibe. This is too chunky for the stockings. I have realized this is going to be good for our jumper, but I just cannot use the 15mm for the stockings. This is done on the 12mm, and this is only 5 balls of yarn, and I love this color combination. This one is using 9 balls of yarn, and this is in this like autumn colorway. This is exactly what I want for the stockings. I really like this. However, these are my 10mm needles, and I have realized just how much easier it's going to be to do in the round.
No, I grabbed the wrong
have
bag.
One little swatch here of circular knitting when I tried to do magic loop. Yeah, actually this will be used quick in the stockings. So I don't have 10mm round needles. So tomorrow morning, the shops are shut now, I can't go. But tomorrow morning, I'm going to go and pick up probably some interchangeable 10mm needles, because the thing that gets me stuck with circular knitting is what length cable I'm meant to have.
Fucking telling where that
the
bag
camera
went.
is so heavy. Hang on. We're filming just so much of this on the floor. I don't know why. Oh wait, no, I do know why. We're filming this on the floor because my desk is covered in jewelry stuff. Yeah, it's a jewelry setup at the moment. Oh, we're moving on to the jumper. I didn't mention that. We're moving on to the jumper. We're going to start the stockings tomorrow, but for now, let's think about the jumper. Here's how I'm planning.
Okay, I'm gonna save you. And then I will come back to you later. crochet socks. Oh my god, that's like the exact yarn that I have.
Will this method be your new favorite way of crocheting socks? Let's find out. Hi there, welcome back to another video. This is Bruna, and today I'm going to show you how to crochet a pair of socks, but in a different way. So this method is I've seen this already done with knitting, so never with crochet. So this is going to be a challenge, and this is so fun because you will not need a lot of measurements. I'm going to show you on my foot how this is done. So trigger warning, you will see some foot footage in this video. And for this project, I am using a Wasteful DK yarn. This one is the Crystal 50 by Pessan.com, and I love this yarn so much. And I am using in the shades caramel, copper, and green. So I'm going to be leaving everything that I'm using in the description, so feel free to check it out. And then for the tools, I'm using a 4mm crochet hook, a small pair of scissors, tapestry needle so that we can do sewings, pins, tape measure so that we can measure every single detail on this flat soft pattern. And then lastly, I'm probably going to be using a couple of stitch markers. I'm not sure, but I'm just throwing in here just maybe if I'm going to be using them or not. So this is everything I wanted to mention here at the beginning. So now let's begin. Grab some coffee, some tea, juice, water, your yarn, your hook, and let's begin crocheting this pair of socks. So the first shade I'm using will be the copper, and this very first part that we are doing now is for the heel. So first I'm going to be starting with a slip knot, and then I'm going to be chaining 3 because I'm doing the base here, the foundation row, with a half double crochet foundation row. And to do that, you're going to be wrapping the yarn around the hook. You're going to go into the very first chain. Make sure that you get 2 loops on that chain, just like this. Then you're going to be putting up a loop into that chain. Now you can yarn over and pull through that first loop. And you want to make sure that you keep this in mind because we are going to be returning into this stitch when we create the next half of the crochet. If you want, you can place a stitch marker into this bottom stitch, just so you know that this is the stitch you are going to get. Just if you're a beginner, if you've never done this before. into the very first half double crochet because we are not counting the chain 1 as a stitch. So as you can see, I have 2 stitches left, and what I like to do to decrease with a half double crochet is a little bit different than the standard way. Or you can also skip the next stitch and half double crochet into the following one if you are a beginner, just to start with. Otherwise, you can do what I'm going to be doing now. So wrap the yarn around the hook, inserting to the following stitch, and then you're going to pull up a loop. And now instead of wrapping the yarn around the hook, you are going to go into the last stitch, and then you're going to pull up a loop, and then you're going to be having 4 loops on the hook. Now you can yarn over and pull through all the loops. I think the finishing like this looks better than the traditional way, but you can do as you wish. And now I'm going to be repeating the 3rd row 2 more times. So chain 1, turn, skip the very first stitch, half double crochet into the following one, and then half double crochet all the way down until you have 2 stitches left. So I got here at the end, I'm going to be removing my stitch marker. So now we can decrease at the end. So wrap the yarn around the hook, inserting to the next stitch, pull up a loop, inserting to the last stitch, pull up a loop, yarn over and pull through. And now I'm going to be repeating the previous row 1 more time. So I'm going to be having 5 rows here at the beginning. So here I have row number 5 now completed, and you should have, if you are following this pattern, 10 stitches here at the top. So for the following row, we are going to be doing just half double crochets all the way down, so following the 10 stitches. So chain 1, turn, and then half double crochet into the first stitch, and then half double crochet all the way down. Make sure that you get the very last stitch. This one is half double crochet number 10, and here we have now row number 6 completed. So now for rows 7 to 9, we are going to be increasing. So to increase, we are going to chain 1, turn, project, and then into this very first stitch, we are going to be doing 2 half double crochets into that same stitch, so you can see. And now we are going to half double crochet all the way down. And then into the last stitch, we are going to increase exactly the same as we did to the beginning. So I got into my last stitch, and into this last stitch, we are going to increase. So 2 half double crochets into the same stitch. So we have started with 16, and then 14 stitches, 12 stitches, 10 stitches, 10 stitches, and now we are increasing again, so 12 stitches. So now we are going to be increasing into the next 2 rows, so follow exactly the same steps. Chain 1, turn, project, and then increase into this very first stitch, and then half of a crochet all the way down. So when you get into the last stitch, you can always go back and count to see which one is your last stitch. And then into that, we are going to be working 2 half double crochets into the same stitch to increase at the end 2. So 14 stitches now for this next row, row number 8. So now for row number 9, we are going to be increasing exactly the same way that we did the previous one. So here we have row number 9 now completed with the increases at the beginning and at the end. And now for the following row, row number 10, we are going to just half double crochet all the way down. So chain 1, turn, project, and then half double crochet all the way down into every stitch. So as you can see, I'm into my last stitch, and I'm going to be leaving this one as is because I'm going to be changing it into my next shade for the following row. But now I just want to show you how this section that we have completed looks around my heel. So row 6 is going to go right into the curve of your heel, just like this, and this is how it's going to look. As you can see, it's perfect. So once you have this and it fits perfectly, we are now going to be making the bottom part of our sock. So to change into the next shade, you're first going to be doing the very first part of a half double crochet, and then you're going to be completing for this tapestry needle chain this pair of socks. So the first shade I'm using will be the copper, and this very first part that we are doing now, it's for the heel. So first I'm going to be starting with a slip knot, and then I'm going to be chaining 3 because I'm doing the base here, the foundation row, with a half double crochet foundation row. And to do that, you're going to be wrapping the yarn around the hook. You're going to go into that very first chain, make sure that you get 2 loops of that chain, just like this. Then you're going to be pulling up a loop into that chain. Now you can yarn over and pull through that first loop, and you want to make sure that you keep this in mind because we are going to be returning into this stitch when we create the next half double crochet. If you want, you can place a stitch marker into this bottom stitch, just so you know that this is the stitch you are going to get, just if you're a beginner, if you've never done this before. Now you're going to be yarning over and pulling through all the loops to complete your half double crochet. So you see, that bottom stitch is the one that you want to get to create the following half double crochet. So you're going to be wrapping the yarn around the hook. You can now remove the stitch marker. And then you're going to go through that stitch, but make sure that you get 2 loops of that stitch. There is another one here at the back, as you can see. So make sure that you get 2 loops of that stitch right at the bottom. And then you're going to pull up a loop. Now you're going to yarn over and pull through the first one, keeping that last one on the hook. So this is the one that we are going to get afterwards. Now you can yarn over and pull through all 3. And this is what you're going to be repeating until you have the sizing that you need. You can see that I'm getting 2 loops at the bottom, pulling up a loop, yarn over, pull through the first one, yarn over and pull through 3. So I am doing here when we create the first chain, because I'm doing the base here, the foundation row, with a half double crochet foundation row. And to do that, you're going to be wrapping the yarn around the hook. You're going to go into that very first chain. Make sure that you get 2 loops of that chain, just like this. Then you're going to be pulling up a loop into that chain. Now you can yarn over and pull through that first loop. And you want to make sure that you keep this in mind because we are going to be returning into this stitch when we create the next half double crochet. If you want, you can place a stitch marker into this bottom stitch, just so you know that this is the stitch you are going to get, just if you're a beginner, if you've never done this before. Now you're going to be yarning over and pulling through all the loops to complete your half double crochet. So you see, that bottom stitch is the one that you want to get to create the following half double crochet. So you're going to be wrapping the yarn around the hook. You can now remove the stitch marker. And then you're going to go through that stitch, but make sure that you get 2 loops of that stitch. There is another one here at the back, as you can see. So make sure that you get 2 loops of that stitch right at the bottom. And then you're going to pull up a loop. Now you're going to yarn over and pull through the first one, keeping that last one on the hook. So this is the one that we are going to get afterwards. Now you can yarn over and pull through all 3. And this is what you're going to be repeating until you have the sizing that you need. You can see that I'm getting 2 loops at the bottom, pulling up a loop, yarn over, pull through the first one, yarn over and pull through 3. So I am doing here 16 half double crochets in total, and the chain 3 that we have here at the beginning, it's going to count as a stitch as well. So once I have my 16 half double crochets, I will be back. And then I'm going to show you exactly how you're going to be measuring this around your foot. And for this pattern, we don't have a stitch count, so any number is going to work. And as you can see, I am wearing my very first sock tutorial. If you want to make this one, it's super cute as well. I'm going to be linking in the description below. So we are going to be measuring into the widest part of our foot. For me, it's from this bone to the other side. So basically just after our toes. So you're gonna get the row that you just did, And then you want to make sure that it goes from one side to the other side. You don't want to stretch it out too much, just stretch it out a tiny bit, just so that it fits comfortably around the widest part of your foot. And by doing that very base, fitting the widest part of your foot is going to make the entire sock follow that, and this is going to make it fit your foot perfectly. So we are going to be doing 1 row of half double crochets all the way down. So we are going to be having 16 half double crochets, and to go up you're going to be chaining 1, turning project, and I already prepared for half double crochet because I'm already used to, so that's what I do. And then I'm going to half double crochet into that very first stitch, so we are not counting the chain 1 as a stitch. And then you're going to go down with half double crochets, and you want to make sure they have the same amount of half double crochets as the first row. So I have 16 half double crochets, so I'm also going to be having 16 half double crochets for this next row. And then I'm going to get that chain 3 as well.
So this is
there we go.
Heel.
So now we're going to be foundation row. Turn over and pull yarn. It's good info in the description below. So we are going to be measuring into the, as you can, and then I'm going to show you exactly how you're going to be measuring this around your foot. And for this pattern, we don't have a stitch count, so any number is going to work. And as you can see, I am wearing my very first sock tutorial. If you want to make this one, it's super cute as well. I'm going to be linking in the description below. So we're going to be measuring into the widest part of our foot. For me, it's from this bone to the other side. So basically just after our toes. So you're going to get the row that you just did, and then you want to make sure that it goes from one side to the other side. You don't want to stretch it out too much, just stretch it out a tiny bit, just so that it fits comfortably around the widest part of your foot. And by doing
I don't have to do this.
that very base,
This is a personal
fitting the
choice.
widest part of the foot is going to make the entire sock follow that, and this is going to make it fit your foot perfectly. So we are going to be doing 1 row of half double crochets all the way down. So we are going to be having 16 half double crochets, and to go up you're going to be chaining 1, turning project, and I already prepared for half double crochet because I'm already used to, so that's what I do. And then I'm going to half double crochet into that very first stitch, so we are not counting the chain 1 as a stitch. And then you're going to go down with half double crochets, and you want to make sure they have the same amount of half double crochets as the first row. So I have 16 half double crochets, so I'm also going to be having 16 half double crochets for this next row. And then I'm going to get that chain 3 as well. There we go. So now we are going to be decreasing at the beginning and at the end into rows 3, 4, and 5. So the next 3. And to decrease, you're going to chain 1, turn pro. You're already prepared of half double crochets all the way down. So we are going to be having 16 half double crochets. And to go up, you're going to be chaining 1, turning project, and I already prepared for half double crochet because I'm already used to, so that's what I do. And then I'm going to half double crochet into that very first stitch, so we are not counting the chain 1 as a stitch. And then you're going to go down with half double crochets, and you want to make sure they have the same amount of half double crochets as the first row. So I have 16 half double crochets, so I'm also going to be having 16 half double crochets for this next row. And then I'm going to get that chain 3 as well. There we go. So now we are going to be decreasing at the beginning and at the end into rows 3, 4, and 5, so the next 3. And to decrease, you're going to chain 1, turn project, and then you're going to be skipping that very first stitch, and then half double crochet into the following stitch. So this is the first decrease, and now you're going to half double crochet all the way to the other side until you have 2 stitches left. If you want, you can place a stitch marker into the very first half double crochet because we are not counting the chain one as a stitch. So as you can see, I have 2 stitches left, and what I like to do to decrease with a half double crochet is a little bit different than the standard way. Or you can also skip the next stitch and half double crochet into the following one if you are a beginner, just to start with. Otherwise, you can do what I'm going to be doing now. So wrap the yarn around the hook, insert into the following stitch, and then you're going to pull up a loop. And now instead of wrapping the yarn around the hook, you are going to go into the last stitch, and then you're going to pull up a loop, and then you're going to be having 4 loops on the hook. Now you can yarn over and pull through all the loops. I think the finishing like this looks better than the traditional way, but you can do as you wish. And now I'm going to be repeating the 3rd row 2 more times. So chain 1, turn, skip that very first stitch, half double crochet into the following one, and then half double crochet all the way down until you have 2 stitches left. So I got here at the end, I'm going to be removing my stitch marker. So now we can decrease at the end. So wrap the yarn around the hook, insert into the next stitch, pull up a loop, insert into the last stitch, pull up a loop, yarn over and pull through. And now I'm going to be repeating the previous row 1 more time. So I'm going to be having 5 rows here at the beginning. So here I have row number 5 now completed, and you should have, if you are following this pattern, 10 stitches here at the top. So for the following row, we are going to be doing just half double crochets all the way down, so following the 10 stitches. So chain 1, turn, and then half double crochet into the first stitch.
Poor baby kitty.
And then half double crochet all the way down. Make sure that you get the very last stitch. This one is half double crochet number 10, and here we have now row number 6 completed. So now for rows 7 to 9, we are going to be increasing. So to increase, we are going to chain 1, turn, project, and then into this very first stitch, we are going to be doing 2 half double crochets into that same stitch, so you can see. And now we are going to half double crochet all the way down. And then into the last stitch, we are going to increase exactly the same as we did to the beginning. So I got into my last stitch, and into this last stitch, we are going to increase. So 2 half double crochets into the same stitch. So we have started with 16, and then 14 stitches, 12 stitches, 10 stitches, 10 stitches, and now we are increasing again, so 12 stitches. So now we are going to be increasing into the next 2 rows, so follow exactly the same steps. Chain 1, turn, project, and then increase into this very first stitch, and then half double crochet all the way down. So when you get into the last stitch, you can always go back and count to see which one is your last stitch. And then into that, we are going to be working 2 half double crochets into the same stitch to increase at the end 2. So 14 stitches now for this next row, row number 8. So now for row number 9, we are going to be increasing exactly the same way that we did the previous one. So here we have row number 9 now completed with the increases at the beginning and at the end. And now for the following row, row number 10, we are going to just half double crochet all the way down. So chain 1, turn, project, and then half double crochet all the way down into every stitch. So as you can see, I'm into my last stitch, and I'm going to be leaving this one as is because I'm going to be changing it into my next shade for the following row. But now I just want to show you how this section that we have completed looks around my heel. So row 6 is going to go right into the curve of your heel, just like this. And this is how it's going to look, as you can see. It's perfect. So once you have this and it fits perfectly, we are now going to be making the bottom part of our sock. So to change into the next shade, you're first going to be doing the very first part of a half double crochet, and then you're going to be completing this half double crochet with already the next shade. So we can cut off this yarn here that we have attached to the project because we are not using this one now. And I'm going to grab the end of my next shade and complete this half double crochet. And what I like to do is just to make a knot with these two ends here. So now here is when we are going to be doing the bottom of our sock, and it's basically just half double crochets back and forth until you reach your sock size. I'm doing 15 rows for mine, but depending on the size, you will have to do less or more rows. I'm doing 15 because I'm doing a size 4. So chain 1, turn project, and half double crochet into the very first stitch, and then half double crochet all the way down. So at the end, just half double crochet into the last stitch. So just follow the same steps, chain 1, half double crochet into the first stitch, and then half double crochet all the way down, going to my last stitch, half double crochet into that. So now I have 2 rows here completed. I have to make 15 rows in total with the caramel shade. So we have 10 at the beginning, and then we are going to be having 15 for the sizing of our sock. So I'm done with the 15 rows here with the cream. So now I'm going to show you where it should sit on your foot. So place exactly where it's gonna go around your heel, just like that, as you can see. And you're going to be making the rows until it gets to the bottom of your big toe, just like that. It's that simple. So it's just gonna be sitting just right after your toes here at the back. So before I complete the last stitch, I'm going to just cut off a little bit of this yarn, because now I'm changing back into copper, because I'm going to be doing the toes and the heels with the copper. And then I'm going to be changing exactly the same way that I did into this section here. So the steps that we are going to be doing now for the toes will be quite similar to the heels. And we are going to first create rows 1 to 5. So first I'm going to be doing 2 rows of half double crochets back and forth. So once I have the 2 rows completed with the copper, I will be back, and then I'll explain what we are going to be doing next. So now here I have rows 26 and 27 completed. So the 2 rows with only half double crochets with the copper. So what I'm going to be doing now is repeat the same exact steps that I've done for rows 3, 4, 5, and 6, right on top of row 27 that we have here. So once I have the next 4 rows completed, following the same steps that we've done at the beginning that I showed you to you, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then I'll be back to show you what we are going to be doing for row 7, because it's going to be a little bit different than what we've done here for the heel. We are going to be doing half double crochets across, so no increases or decreases for the following row. So chain 1, turn project, and then follow the stitches and half double crochet all the way down. There we go. So now make sure that you have the 10 stitches, so basically the same amount of stitches that you have into the previous row. So I have 10, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so that's perfect. And what I'm going to be doing now, it's repeating the same exact steps that I did for rows 7, 8, 9, and 10. So 3 rows with increases on both sides, and then 1 row of just half double crochets across. So I'm going to be doing that to the top here. Then once I have my next 4 rows completed, following those steps, I will be back, And then we are going to be doing the front of the sock. Just place your foot right on top of it. And then this, it's going to fold just on top of it, just like this. It should cover basically your toes, just like so. But you can also add maybe one row more if you want to the beginning and the end into this section at the top. So it's going to be completely up to how you want this to look like. So now from here, we are going to be changing back into our caramel shade,
try to find some water.
And we are going to repeat the same steps that we've done into this section with 15 rows. And in here, you can decide if you want to do, oh well, right here on top, you can decide if you want to do just one color all over, or you can change as many times as you want and kind of do little stripes. That's what I did for mine, for this other one that I have here. So I've done 2 rows of caramel, 2 rows